Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, August 20, 2013 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please, Jane.
Member Bennett?
Here.
Member Brendel?
Here.
Member Sprague?
Here.
Member Swenson?
Here.
Mayor Hovland?
Here. We have a form of meeting agenda in front of us. Is there a motion to approve the form of meeting agenda?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the form of meeting agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Next, under Roman numeral 4, adoption of consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Yes, Your
Member
Honor.
Bennett.
I wish to remove 4A.
All right. Anyone else? With the exception of 4A, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the balance of the consent agenda with the exception of 4A. Discussion. All those in favor say.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's one other item.
All right.
4L.
4L. Okay. With the exception of 4A, let's see, now we need a motion. Motion and a second on. All right.
If my second will second
Thank you.
it.
Yes, I will.
All right. With the exception of 4A and L being removed from the consent agenda, is there a motion? We got a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Now, 4A, Member Bennett.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I submitted some requested corrections and changes to those minutes, and they've been made, except that there was one section that got omitted that Clerk Tim will have she has it in hard copy form, but hasn't had the opportunity to copy it. And a copy can be before every council member before the end of this evening's meeting if the council would like to take action on those yet this evening, or it can be deferred to the next meeting if members would prefer.
Either's fine with me.
All right. Why don't we try to handle it this evening? All right. And then 4L, you want to handle that one as well?
Yes, Your Honor. The copy before us, I think, was an attempt to save paper with duplex printing, and at least the copy that I have is missing every other page.
Oh. That's on the master agreement?
Yes.
Mine would be similar.
Okay.
I don't see Mr. Neuendorf here. There he is. Can you get this corrected before the end of the meeting this evening? The master contract, master agreement for professional engineering services is missing some information.
I certainly will get the full report to you. There is a full copy that Clerk Tim has that has every page, not just every other page. Would you like, if you'd like, I can reprint the packet and redistribute it in just a few moments?
Let's reprint it and bring some down for council and a couple for public.
All right.
And
We're
can we move?
We're going to hold this over until you come back with the document.
So do we need a motion to defer those to later in the agenda, or do we just hold them over until we have them carry us?
You don't need a motion, you can just do
Yeah.
that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Now we are on to 5A, which is the special recognitions and presentation section of the agenda. And we've got a presentation tonight on emergency preparedness, and Chief Marty Shearer is with us from the fire department to start the evening presentation. Chief Shearer, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Chief Marty Shearer from the Fire Department. I'm also the Director of Emergency Management, and Manager Neal asked me to briefly discuss the city's emergency operations plan. In emergency management, we do use an emergency operations plan. The plan is an all hazards approach, so a lot of people say, do you have a specific plan for a tornado or a specific plan for a building collapse? Actually, our plan is an all hazards plan, so it encompasses all the different potential hazards. Therefore, we can select any hazard, and it should work in a plan. The goal of the plan is to maximize the protection of life and property, ensure the continuity of the government, and sustain survivors and maximize recovery. And you can jump in and ask questions anywhere along the line here. Our emergency operations plan assigns responsibilities to the different organizations and individuals, and they're supposed to carry out specific actions at projected times and places during an emergency. And when an emergency exceeds the capacity of the routine responsibility of one agency, example, the fire department, if we get overwhelmed, then we'll activate the emergency operations plan. The plan sets forth lines of authority and organizational relationships and shows how the actions will be coordinated. It describes how people and property were protected in emergencies and disasters. It also identifies the personnel, equipment, facilities, supplies, and other resources that are available within the jurisdiction or by agreement with other jurisdictions for the use during response and recovery actions. So a lot of the equipment that we have in public works is often not enough to work in a disaster, so we contract with other like large equipment operators to use their equipment, people that supply generators, people that supply restrooms and other facilities. So we have a lot of different resources that are available to us that are private agencies. So the emergency management system is the primary driver, I guess, of the emergency operations plan. In the emergency management system, there's only one incident commander. We have one incident commander, and below that incident commander, there are several different areas of responsibility, such as finance, planning, logistics, operations, medical. There's many different areas under that. Depends on what happens, and we'll activate those different branches. But there are 4 primary areas of emergency management that we work on. The first one is disaster preparedness. We try to prepare for different types of disasters. And for example, the fire department being staffed is one example of preparedness. The police department being around. Different ways we can prepare for disasters. There's also disaster mitigation. Those are pre-impact actions that passively protect against casualties. For example, our tornado weather warning sirens are a type of disaster mitigation. We warn people. We might evacuate areas if there's a large chemical spill or something like that. So that would be considered mitigation. And then the one that most people are familiar with is disaster response. That's when once the disaster begins so the detection of the event and ends with the stabilization of the event. The goal, once again, is to save lives and property. We try to position emergency response personnel, equipment, and supplies. We try to evacuate people in the correct areas, and we provide food, water, and shelter, and secure the impact area. We do search and rescue, and we also provide medical care. So that's the main part that most people are familiar with. And then the recovery is a part that most people are not familiar with. The recovery is potentially months' worth of work. It begins after the disaster ends, and the goal is to return the community to a normal state and restore the physical infrastructure and return to a normal state of life. So part of the emergency operations plan is the Emergency Operations Center. So I will discuss briefly what are the purpose and responsibilities of the EOC, but it's basically a coordination center. It is to ensure the coordination of resources and the response to the recovery. So where is our primary EOC? And we actually have a secondary EOC. We have a primary EOC at Fire Station number 1. It's basically a storm-proof building that we use, and that's our primary EOC. We've done a lot of upgrades to that recently, and it's actually a very impressive facility. And then our secondary EOC is at the police department here up on the second level in the roll call room. People will say, who can activate the EOC? Well, the city manager can activate the EOC. I can as emergency management director. The police chief can activate it, and also the assistant fire chief, who is the coordinator of emergency operations. We can either do full or partial activations of the EOC. An example of a partial activation would be if we see bad weather coming, we might recall a few people in, and that would be a partial activation of the EOC and not a full activation of the EOC. And once we activate the EOC, we are also in contact with Hennepin County, who has an emergency operations center. And if the situation gets larger, we'll actually have the state open up their emergency operations center as well. And then the county primarily discusses incidents with the state EOC. Any questions so far? I was trying to get through it. I'm sorry?
Yes, Chief Scherer?
Sure.
So you said that there's one incident commander. Does that
Correct.
depend on the nature of the emergency, or is that one person in the city who has that title?
There's always going to be one incident commander. It might be me, it might be assistant fire chief, it might be the police chief, but there's always going to be one incident commander, and everyone reports to him. The goal is not to have two people making the final decision. So it might be the city manager. But generally, it's going to be myself in most of the situations.
Okay, and what is the protocol for selection or activation of that role?
Designation by the city manager. So he would designate the incident commander.
Okay. Thank you.
And I for future slides, I have a roles and responsibilities. You'll see a few more
Okay.
of those.
Thanks.
So a good example of when would we activate our EOC. Primarily weather is going to be the things we activate. And this is actually a drill we went through about a year ago. So I'll just kind of read through what we simulated. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Hennepin, Carver, and Scott counties. They predict a large storm cell is detected on radar and indicates rotation. Areas near Shakopee, it's moving our way. So at this point in time, I would be on the phone with the city manager saying, hey, we've got this storm coming. Do we want to activate the EOC or not? And we'd kind of watch the weather and we'd discuss whether we're going to activate it. We'd probably do a partial activation of the EOC at this time. So then the National Weather Service reports a possible tornado touchdown Shakopee with significant damage. The storm is moving our way. We appear to be in the direct path of the storm. So now the city manager would say, okay, we're going to activate our EOC. So we try to get our EOC up and running before the event occurs. Oftentimes it will occur after if we aren't ready for it, but most of the time we're going to try to activate it before the event occurs. So this is the actual scenario that we've trained on twice now. We've used this scenario for training, and we actually had a surprise drill. The city manager and I were the only ones aware that we're going to activate the EOC. We activated the EOC, and the communications and technology people did a great job of getting it all set up, and it went actually quite well. So we think we're really well prepared to get the EOC up and running. Because weather disasters are likely to create a problem for us. We'll activate the EOC for those. And we're well prepared, we're well trained. And Daryl Todd, the assistant fire chief, has actually gone deployed 3 times nationally. He went to Massachusetts, he went to New York State, and he's been to Edina for the tornado up there and the other incidents were hurricanes. So he's brought back a wealth of knowledge from his use of the EOCs in other states. And so we think we're well prepared.
Hi, Marty.
Hey, Mary.
Outside of weather, other than weather, are there other examples of a disaster like a natural gas explosion that would call an emergency management plan into place?
Yes, actually, I'm going to pull it up right now.
Okay.
How we talk to the Hennepin County Emergency Operations Center is through this website called WebEOC, and this is just the last significant event they had right now, and I'll pull it up if you can see it on your screen, I think. This was a chemical spill up in one of the northern suburbs. And so this is how we talk to the Hennepin County EOC. We'll describe the green is low-level significance, yellow is medium, and red would be high-level significance. So this is all the activities that happened during that chemical spill, all the different activity that happened, different resources that were deployed. And so this is another example of that.
So this is for real?
This is a real one that happened a couple days ago. They had a chemical assessment team. They had Salvation Army there. You can see the reported power outage. The leak is stopped. Traffic problems continue. This is a typical emergency operations event here. But primarily we're going to see weather, chemicals. We had a gas explosion a few years ago, something like that could activate the EOC. A big part of the Emergency Operations Center is forming incident action plans. That is required from FEMA, so we have to document pretty much everything we do. Most of the things we do, if it's a large event, will be reimbursed by FEMA, but it requires a very good documentation, so we're going to have to do a lot of documentation. This is one example of the different forms we have to do. And so the basic roles and responsibilities of the Emergency Operations Center, the city manager is like our CEO. He has the overall direction and control of everything that happens in the Emergency Operations Center. The assistant city manager, Karen, she's basically going to be the liaison for the elected officials. She'll keep you informed of what's going on as best she can. I'm the emergency management director. I'm responsible for the EOC and the incident command most often. Fire department will be responsible for search and rescue, emergency medical services, and any fire extinguishment. The police will be responsible for security, evacuations, traffic control, and also search and rescue. The communications people have a big role in this. Communications is a very important part of emergency operations, so they'll do a lot of public notifications. They'll have a public information officer that will deal with the media and also information that will go out to the schools. The Public Works Department generally does clearance of debris and utilities restoration. The Health Department takes care of the public health and sanitary issues, assessing and building with damage assessments, and the Parks Department does congregate care, food, shelter, and also animal care, which is something that we didn't used to do a few years ago. Now we do quite a bit more of that. So the question also came up that the manager, Neil, asked us to talk about is how much rainfall can our system handle, and Engineer Wayne Hoole will be discussing the engineering portion of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. All of our, what we do in our stormwater system is actually based off of our comprehensive surface water management plan that was adopted a few years ago. In that plan, we cover the level of service, which means basically the level of service that for essentially the roadways and what our storm sewer system can handle, and that's typically designed to what we call a 10-year event or 10-year storm, which is essentially everybody talks about a 10-year and a 100-year. I've had quite a few 100-year events in the last couple of years. Well, it's basically just a statistic of, for a 10-year storm, it's a 10% probability of occurring in any 1 year. And it's based off of 4.2 inches over 24 hours on the current precipitation guidelines or charts that we have today. The level of protection, when you talk about storage of stormwater, so if you're storing it in ponds or down in rivers and stuff, that's based off of a 100-year event, which is a 1% probability of occurring in any 1 year, and that's 6 inches per 24 hours. And that's when you define like a floodplain along a river or stream or even along a pond, they typically go back to what they refer to as a 100-year event. The stormwater, what we do for, what we've used over the years for current models for precipitation data was developed, the first one was developed in 1961 and then in 1977, and what they referred to those as TP40 and Hydro 35. In the last couple of years, the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, created a new model, and they added 50 years of data. The last 10 to 20 years is that they have more exact data. The measuring devices are more exact than they were before, and then they also went about 20, 30 years before the Dust Bowl days that wasn't calculated in the 1961 and 77 model. And they call it Atlas 14. And what that did to the charts that we have for this area, essentially the bigger events, 100-year and above events, actually increase the amount of rainfall that we're calculating. So if we look at the chart that's in the background here is the old TP40 chart, and we're about in this area here, so it's around 6 inches for a 100-year 24-hour event. On this bottom chart here, the colors don't match too well, but essentially we're canvassed by the 7 to 8 inches. So it actually went up a couple inches for a 24-hour event. So what does that mean for the city? So we're actually going to be looking at incorporating these new models in 2014. The state aid or the Minnesota Department of Transportation, when we run projects through them, they have the state hydrologists. And midsummer, they're going to be requiring us to use the new models for all our new state aid designs. But we're going to have to look at our city model and see what this actually does to us. Because what we're been estimating is that it's going to increase if we go to the new 100-year level protection off the Atlas 14. It's going to increase our amount of funds that we need to bring it up to that speed. If we go to a higher level of protection, let's say if we went to a 500-year storm, we'd be looking at possibly even a 60% increase over what we have for current funding levels. So the other thing, so essentially if we go above a 100-year event or start designing for above a 100-year event, it becomes really not economically feasible to do so. And the other component that I didn't talk about is the water quality service levels. We talk about the flood protection, but on the other side, we have the water quality, which is costing us a lot more money also. With that, we'll take any questions you may have.
Is that upgrade the one that we voted on the consent agenda that's called the Comprehensive Water Resources Management Plan?
That
Or
actually
is that something separate and you don't have to explain it because we already voted on it and I didn't pull it?
No, that's actually separate. What that is looking at for filling out the permit our MS4 permit
Okay.
that's due in December, and it's not actually using those new precipitation
Okay.
charts.
So this is an entirely different project that we're updating?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Marty, this is for you. Looking at disasters, whether they are storm-related or natural disasters on the ground, they don't just affect Edina. They affect also our neighboring communities. How do you coordinate the emergency response in Edina with the emergency response in St. Louis Park and Hopkins, et cetera?
Councilmember Brindle, excellent question. Storms generally affect a wide area, and so resources become very thin in events like that. And so we start to bring in resources from unaffected areas, which it takes a while to get to. So maybe like, Chaska might not be affected, but they'll come in. But like a large ice storm, I can think of would affect the whole metro area. We would be difficult to get the resources we need. One point I was going to make was that even though we think we're well prepared, I'm not saying there's not going to be a lot of problems. There's going to be a significant amount of problems in most any disaster. The preparedness is, we're doing as much as we can before the event. We're trying to recover as quickly as we can, and we try to protect people. But we would be very thin on resources if it's an area-wide weather event. We do see that right now when we have severe weather. We saw, I think it was last Tuesday, we had a hailstorm that came through, and even with the streets, the storm sewer system, there was significant flooding, especially in southwest Edina. There was considerable flooding, and most of the estimates you'll see are 24-hour rainfall periods, but we get 4 or 5 inches in an hour. That causes severe problems for us. So even though we're prepared, doesn't mean there's not going to be a lot of problems.
Yeah, now the problem is the streets are lined with trucks.
Right.
Everybody's getting a new roof. So, all right, thank you.
We do share resources, though, because we did that just recently with St. Louis Park. I know our Public Works helped them haul wood after that downfall. So,
What are some of the impacts that people can expect to experience with things like the bigger storms? And then second part to the question, or second question is, what can people do to prepare, prevent, engage in the sort of preparedness that the city is engaged in? What can people do for themselves and with their own property?
Right. Great question, Councilmember Bennett. I would suggest that you go to Hennepin County Emergency Management website, and on there it'll tell you all the things you can do at your home to prepare for events. For example, my home, I have several bottles of distilled water, bleach, and all that, because there will be periods potentially of long outages of power, probably no water for some period. The sewer system might not work during a certain period, so heat might be out. There's a lot of different things you can have in your home that would help you survive through these events. I can't say how long, but electricity we're seeing much longer than we used to see times to repair the electrical system. The water system generally in the city is pretty well prepared. Mr. Hool can talk about that. We have generators, and same with the sewer system. But electricity is one I think you should prepare to be without for quite some time.
Does the fire department have any recommendations for residents or property owners about generators?
Generators are great to have, but they're also dangerous. So make sure you run a generator outside, never run a generator inside. You can have an electrician, actually, and I have it at my home, where you have a generator that's got an outside plug. You can just plug it in the home, and it plugs in the generator, and that way, and it's got a switch inside. A lot of problems we have is people will energize their house with a generator, but when the power company is then trying to repair the lines, those lines are energized as well, so it's dangerous for them too. So you have to be careful what you're energizing with your generator as well, and make sure you run it outside, not even in the garage. I've seen a lot of people run their generators in the garage, and if they're gas generators, they give off a lot of carbon monoxide, and we have people that get sick from that.
Is there a minimum distance that's desirable from a structure or windows?
Usually about 10 feet is okay for that, but this should all be on the website. But it depends on the weather. Once again, if it's breezy out, it's not such an issue. But primarily, just make sure it's outside is the main focus of that, and not to energize the power lines with your generator.
With respect to stormwater, which I think was the issue that had our correspondent most concerned, certainly we've seen fairly major water events in other cities. In this city, we seem to have had them. We've had events, and in fact, we've heard about, I think, an overnight that some people were forced to spend at Braemar Golf Course. But what do we usually see for impact from large water events, and again, what precautions are possible for property owners?
After the '87 flood, the council at that time made a decision to actually chase the surface water when we have big events into the public realm. So the Braemar Golf Course would floods occasionally because at that time they had a lot of homes that had flooded basements and such. So we, over the years, we've actually pushed that surface water into public areas. The retainage pond at Concord and 58th Street is another example that was developed after that storm. So we've been fairly successful over the years. Actually, since I've been with the city, is not having a lot of surface flooding, and that has occurred. But what we do have is, on the roadways, occasionally, especially in construction areas, if they have filters in the catch basins, is that they don't drain as fast. And so if people actually see a ponded area, don't drive through it, because you don't know how deep it is. And we had one case this summer where they drove through it and the car stalled and had to have it towed out because it had water inside of the cab, essentially. So that's really the big advice is if you see water on the roadway, ponded water, don't drive through it.
And we also have had some experience with not just storm-related sewer backups, but also accidental. There are water main events that can happen. I think we've seen a couple of them happen in Minneapolis in the very major events. And so we recommend that residents actually insure themselves for potential loss.
That's right. For anything for the backup sewer insurance, is that we recommend people subscribe to that, because you never know when you'll have a potential water main break that can potentially surcharge the sanitary sewer and flood out your home. So yeah, we've been marketing that for quite a few years, at least 17 years to my knowledge.
City's liability is actually fairly limited, I think, in that circumstance, or very limited in that circumstance.
That's correct. Yes. Yep.
I know from personal inquiry, actually, after we've had the council discussions, we added that rider to our own policy and found that it wasn't very expensive. And I think people can choose a level of coverage based on how they have their basements finished. And certainly for cleanup and replacement of a furnace and stuff like that, that's a good basic level of coverage. And then there are people who will have living space that they want to make sure that they're covering as well.
That's right. Yep. Yes.
I think we did have some resident inquiry about the city forming or creating a self-insurance program, and we did look into that as a council and staff and found that it was very expensive and that the coverage would be, again, more limited than I think people could obtain privately.
I believe that's what was the discovery, that when they actually researched it became too expensive, is what I understand.
What about notification during storms? So you've mentioned computer programs. Are there places that people should go for information, radio, television station? How should people stay informed?
Yes, that's correct. Radio, television are probably the most up-to-date. You can get a National Weather Service weather radio that actually is very good, because if you're home sleeping at 3 in the morning, you can have it set up so it'll alert you if there's a storm in your area, because most people aren't going to be awake at 3 in the morning watching TV. So I have one. It works really well. It doesn't go off very often. It does wake you up a few times unnecessarily when the storm is a little further away, but they've gotten really good about zoning in on where the storm is actually going to hit and only alerting the people where they think will be affected. But a weather radio is very important to have.
One of the things I've always been concerned about is we have a weather emergency like a tornado that starts up unexpectedly and comes through the southeast part of Edina, where we have a lot of seniors in mid-rises and high-rises. I'm wondering if we have any kind of an educational program, or if we require by ordinance that buildings like 7500 York, for example, have their own emergency preparedness plan. So if there is a weather-related emergency or a human-created emergency, they can maximize the protection of the people that live in those buildings.
That's a great question, Mayor. We have a voluntary program right now. So when our fire inspectors go out and inspect these buildings, we discuss with the management the emergency operations plan and their evacuation plan, and most of the buildings do cooperate and practice that plan. So we're pretty good with that. It's not perfect. You know, the elderly population has a more difficult time navigating and moving out of their apartments and getting it done. But fortunately, most of the buildings are pretty well built and will stand significant weather events as well. So. But they do practice their escape plans and emergency operations plan on a voluntarily basis.
And you're satisfied with the level of voluntary compliance in those various mid-rises and high-rises and on York Avenue?
Yes, I am. I don't think an ordinance would be necessary. I think we've done a good job, but we'll do a probably better job of tracking it and following that, and we'll get back to you if we think we need something more than just the voluntary compliance.
Okay, good. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to think about offering an educational component in the fire department for those buildings, to go out there and talk to whoever wants to show up, plus the management.
Actually, we do that. We do a lot of those, and we do a senior safety camp we've done in the past too as well, where we invite the seniors to come out, and we do a third grade safety camp, and we also do a senior safety camp, and we also have the police department come out during the safety camp and discuss theft and swindling of older people as well too. So it's actually a well-attended and a very informative safety camp.
Good. All right. Thank you. Anything further from the council members? All right. Thank you,
Thank you.
Gentlemen.
We appreciate it.
All right. We're going to move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda. We have two public hearings this evening. The first matter before us is a request for final zoning to PUD, final development plan and final plat, Vernon Avenue housing 5109 to 5125 West 49th Street, embodied in Resolution 2013-65. And Chris Hawker from our Planning Department has this matter. Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Hunt and Associates are requesting a final review of the redevelopment of 3 lots located at 5109 to 5125 West 49th Street. The applicant is proposing to tear down the existing 2 apartments and single-family home on the site with 10 units total currently, and build a new 16-unit attached housing development. Subject property totals 1.43 acres in size. Therefore, the proposed density of the project will be 11 units per acre. This is basically the same plan that you saw previously for preliminary. Here are some photos of the site with the multifamily buildings that are there currently, and again, different views of the existing site down 49th Street, looking to the south, and then also along Vernon. The applicant has received preliminary rezoning and plan approval of the project on April 16, 2013. The applicant is seeking final rezoning of the property to PUD, Planned Unit Development. On April 16th, the City Council approved a comprehensive plan amendment to guide the site MDR, medium density residential, to allow a density of 5 to 12 units per acre, and this project will be 11 units per acre, so it's on the upper end of the MDR density range. The proposed plans are consistent with the plans that are recommended for approval by the Planning Commission and approved by the City Council, including reducing the density by eliminating 1 unit. The previous plan, or original plan, had 17 units. It's now down to 16 units, reducing the height from 4 stories to 3 stories and eliminating the rooftop decks. Setbacks of the buildings near residential properties have been increased from 36 feet from the north lot line and 42 feet from the east lot line for the northerly building. Here are the floor plans. This would be the lowest level of the floor plans, the main floor, second floor, and then the rooftop, which you can see there are no decks on this plan. Various elevations of the project, and then also showing sections and how it relates to some of the existing buildings and the existing building heights. Here are some renderings showing how the project will look along 49th Avenue looking east, and then as you're looking west along 49th Avenue. And then also Vernon looking west, and on Vernon looking east. Access to the site will be one way in and one way out of a private drive from 49th Street West on the north side of the site. The fire marshal has requested that the private drive be increased from 18 to 20 feet in width to accommodate emergency vehicles. Some slight modifications to the interior green spaces and interior building space placement might be needed, but shouldn't affect the overall exterior setbacks of the building. The applicant has indicated that they would work with the fire marshal to address the drive width requirement. There will be a public pedestrian connection from 49th Street, a sidewalk that will extend out all the way to Vernon Avenue to the Grandview area. Regarding the landscape, based on the perimeter of the site, the applicant is required to have 25 overstory trees and a full complement of understory shrubs and other plantings. The applicant is proposing 87 overstory trees, and they would include a full complement of understory landscaping. Regarding grading and drainage and utilities, the city engineer has reviewed the proposed plans and found them to be generally acceptable, subject to the comments and conditions outlined in his memo dated July 18, 2013. A developer's agreement would be required for the construction of the proposed sidewalks, utilities, and any other public improvements. And this shows a proposed infiltration system for stormwater has been reviewed and is supported by the city engineer. The building materials, actually, this was the original proposal for building materials. They have since modified their building materials, which are on board, and they are proposing architectural cast stone, stucco, and stained cement board. The applicant is also requesting a final plat, as you see there, to create separate lots for each of the proposed units. The final plat is consistent with the preliminary plat, with the exception of the elimination of one of the lots. Regarding parkland dedication, a fee in lieu of land dedication of $5,000 per dwelling unit is required. That would be for each additional new dwelling unit. The development would create 6 new dwelling units, therefore $30,000 would be required for parkland dedication at the time of the release of the final plat. Regarding future project expansion, it has been designed that it could be expanded in the future to the east. And regarding signage, the signage for the site would be required or regulated through the PUD ordinance. As proposed, the signage required would be that of the underlying PRD planned residence district. Planning Commission at their July 24th meeting, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the project on a 7-0 vote, subject to staff conditions and subject to that the project would be subject to Section 411 of the City Code regarding a construction management plan. They want a construction management plan to be implemented for this property because it is adjacent to single-family homes. Staff recommends that the PUD is appropriate for the site. The conditions remain the same as reviewed by the Planning Commission and City Council for preliminary approval. Approval should be subject to the following conditions. Subject to staff approval, the site must be developed and maintained in substantial conformance with the following plans unless modified by conditions below. Site plan, date stamped June 24th, 2013. Grading plan, utility plan, landscape plan, building elevations, building materials board, all date stamped June 24th, 2013. Prior to issuance of a building permit, a final landscape plan must be submitted, including a bond. The property owner is responsible for replacing any required landscaping that dies. submit a copy of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District permit. The city may have to modify, given the approved plans, to meet the district requirements. The final plan must be filed at the city county with 1 year after city council approval. If the plat is not filed, it shall be deemed null and void. A shared parking and access agreement must be established across the plat. Park dedication of $5,000 per dwelling unit is required. Compliance with the conditions required by the city engineer in his memo dated July 19, 2013. Also compliance with the fire marshal recommendation in his email dated July 12, 2013, and that the property should be subject to Section 411 of the construction management plan. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Yes, Ms. Acker, this is a small question, but condition number 8 states compliance with the conditions required by the city engineer in his memo dated July 19, 2013. We have in our packet a memo to Carrie Teague from Wayne Hool, Director of Engineering, and that is dated July 18.
It's a typo. That's the one that's being referred to.
Okay.
It should be July 18th.
So that 19 should be changed to an 18, in other words?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Other questions for Ms. Acker? I need to have you walk back through one issue for us, and that is the Building Materials Board. Did we see anything at preliminary? I think we did. And is that different from what we're seeing now?
It is different.
All right, that's what I thought you were saying in your presentation. So in your conditions of approval, it says Building Materials Board presented at the Planning Commission and City Council meeting. Since we've seen this twice and that's a little bit vague, that I would suggest that language read during the final development approval process if this matter should go forward. So this is the Materials Board that's...
It should be this board.
Okay. Thank you.
Could you talk about the changes? Because we don't have a color, at least I don't have a color.
You had a color photo of the prior board.
There's a color drawing.
And there wasn't a board previously. It was always a drawing.
All right.
I believe what had been proposed previously, they had some... there was some wood. They did have some cement board trim. There wasn't stucco, but they did have the cast stone.
Why don't we, that's probably a good question for Mr. Palkowicz when they make their presentation. So, any other questions for Ms. Acker at this point in time? Member Bennett?
Well, 2 other things about the conditions. It looks like 6 and 10 are identical.
Well, I believe you're correct. We could strike one or the other.
Okay. And then finally, the park dedication fee, 7 references and 11 gives a total. Is that $5,000 park dedication fee per unit?
That's correct.
Correct.
Per additional unit above and beyond what is currently on the site. So there's 10 units, and they'll have to have $5,000 per unit in addition, beyond those, because we can't collect twice.
Thank you for that clarification.
Well, I guess I'm still unclear, though, because you've got 16 units times $5,000.
Well, 11 units, there are currently 10 units on the site,
All right.
Net 6.
so...
Is this the picture you're referring to, that your board matches?
I don't think so.
I'll wait and let the proponent answer that. How about that?
Point of clarification, on the park dedication fee, item number 11 says park dedication fee of $35,000. If we're going to collect $5,000 for the net 6 new units, would that not be 30?
It would be.
Okay,
I think that was a holdover from the 17
Oh,
units.
the original.
Right,
Okay,
so
all right.
obviously it
So-
wasn't
unit
correct.
was
So we
eliminated.
should correct number 11 to be 30,000.
Yes, it's $5,000 per additional units in addition to the 10 that are already there.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Zoc at this point in time? Otherwise, we'll bring the proponent forward. Mr. Hunter, Mr. Palkowicz, whoever wants to represent the proponent, and will 10 minutes be sufficient?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the time. I'll kind of do a quick walkthrough and then get to kind of the questions at hand here. The site is at the north end of the Grandview Master Plan, and what we're really looking to do here is, as part of the Grandview Master Plan, is creating opportunities out of current barriers and just improving circulation and flow and access. And one of the pieces...
Excuse me, that was me, I think.
Okay. One of the pieces we're adding as this is a public sidewalk through the site to connect the northern neighborhood to the southern retail zone. Again, the site right here is the 2 apartments and the existing home that we're looking to demolish and move in with 16 new units. Kind of a view of kind of the existing land right now. It's kind of overgrowth of trees as well as the units. The updated plan here with taking into account Planning Commission and Council's comments from the previous meetings here of the removal of 1 unit, adjusting the setback along 49th to add an additional feet, and moving the entire project roughly, I think, 6 feet closer to Vernon Avenue. It is 6 feet closer to Vernon Avenue. There's also, and here's the location of that public walk as well. An additional piece that was added in was a one-way drive-through site here as well. We think this works fairly well with the intersection above, with the in being here and the out kind of cycling back this way, as we know it can get fairly busy with ice and snow and other pieces. Here again is that section that we presented previously to kind of inform the council of the previous locations of the existing buildings in the dashed area compared to our current setbacks now. As for hardscape and vegetation, particularly vegetation, we're really looking at having a bunch of drought-resistant perennials over turf as kind of our main piece for the vegetation on the site, as well as a number of trees, and looking at a lot of different colors and textures that will have different feels kind of throughout the year. I think it will be a nice feature to the neighborhood. Along Vernon Avenue, there's currently an existing city sidewalk here, a buffer zone of green, and then we have an internal private walk that's crushed gravel, and then outdoor space for each of the units along Vernon. And part of this is we're really looking to create a buffer zone between these units and Vernon, and I'll speak to that at the end of my presentation here. Along 49th, we're creating a raised plinth here to help adjust some of the height and work it down to the neighborhood feel. This area will be filled in with prairie grasses and other perennials. Each of the units along 49th here will have their own outdoor patio space and then stairs up to their main entry. We're really trying to activate the street life at this side of the site and really focus all of the driving more into the internal courtyard of this. The site also features a underground stormwater retention system, so it will keep the same flow of water into the sewer system that currently exists. Snow removal will occur as needed. It will be taken off site. For small snows, it will be pushed to the green spaces that we kind of have around the edges of the site. to speak to the material changes, here was the previously presented materials for the building, and it comparatively, we have kept the fiber cement with the battens, we have kept the architectural stone, and we're still using fiber cement trim. We have added a new material, stucco, and that is primarily on our internal side, on our internal courtyard area of the project, and it kind of mirrors kind of the stone in color, and we have removed the stained wood for durability and long-term maintenance concerns and switched it to fiber cement as well. As you can see, the brown on our material board for the updated materials.
Let's go over this. In what we see right now, if you look up on the television screen, the stained wood panel is out.
Correct.
And what else is out on that piece of paper?
That is it. There is still fiber cement trim. It is no longer white.
What was the coverage on the buildings with the stained wood panels?
Percentage-wise or locations or?
Yeah.
I don't, percentage-wise, I can't speak to it offhand. Show you kind of the updated view.
I thought it was a majority of the exterior.
I don't believe a majority. I believe just maybe a one-third component on it. Maybe less, actually, when you take into consideration all the sides of it. Probably 25%, where you can see the brown in here we're looking at being the stained panels, and have switched to fiber cement over long-term durability and just maintenance of the area. The approximation, the stone has remained roughly the same, and the fiber cement on the exterior, the charcoal colored fiber cement on the exterior facades has remained roughly the same as well.
Would you put your materials board in the middle?
Yes.
So we can see that? Because it looks like there's a piece of wood-like material in the what is our upper right-hand corner.
That is a fiber cement board that would be painted.
With a painted fiber cement board?
Yes.
So is that its painted color?
Yes, that would be approximately its painted color.
Okay.
This is just a sample, and we're, it may be slightly different. I think we're working to match the elevations as much as possible.
We have some color changes on this particular picture that you sent us that I'm confused about then, because you have brown there and you have a dark gray black there. Is that correct?
The dark green black in that area is a vine grow wall area down at the edge there that. Let me see if I can pull the previously submitted version. I believe this is the previously submitted plan here, and it looks to match yours. In here, which is still continuous in the existing plan, is that it would be a metal trellis piece here and have vines for growing to create a soft kind of barrier between each of the units to create some privacy.
Actually, it's this section around this side window. In my picture, it's brown. In your previous picture, it was the same color as the facade. Is it?
Well, it's brown at this point around the window trim with stone accents in what was submitted on the June 24th for our final submittal. So I don't believe this is our final submittal package here. So this is the fiber cement with battens, the charcoal.
Right.
This is the stone.
Got that.
And this is the fiber cement that would be painted the brown color.
Okay, so it is different than what's in front.
Instead of stained wood.
Yeah, no, I get it. I was just trying to ascertain if it was actually brown, but the front was kind of a charcoal gray.
I have an additional view here. Just to show it here. It's coming in a little dark here, but this is the brown in this zone here, and then this is the brown here in the front as well. It's
so you follow the same pattern roughly of the preliminary submittal, but you changed materials from wood to the stained fiber cement.
Yes.
But it's more or less the same coverage.
Correct.
Okay.
And the plan submitted on June 24th, or date stamped June 24th, those renderings reflect the use of those materials on that board that you're showing us tonight.
Yes.
those are accurate depictions of what the buildings will look like if it's approved.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, okay. That's about it.
I'll show the few neighborhood views here, and then I'll hit our last couple of items here. So 49th here looking east. We'll have the monument sign smaller than this. This was just kind of a placeholder of words, and we'll take into account the 12 square feet allowed by the zoning code as well for this. This is we're creating a landscape wall there to hide our site transformer. That's what we're doing. And it's really kind of softens the edges and pulls the building back to, to come down to the street to meet the neighbors across the street. Along Vernon, looking east as well here, that there's quite a bit of coverage, and we're really looking to create something of an architectural front facade, but also a barrier so that there's habitable outside space for the units that are located along Vernon. A view from the other direction. And then this final view back towards the house that we previously discussed. I brought a couple additional pieces just in case any exterior questions were had. Finally, to address to kind of come to the new updated pieces that we received information from the city since their submittal. The fire marshal aspect, taking into account the truck turning radius is here, and pulling back the edges, making our drive a little bit wider. One of the losses that we're faced with this is we do lose the 3 parallel parking spaces that we had along the edge here, and at this point we aren't able to replace them anywhere on the site. Other than that, we'll lose a slight bit of vegetation along the edges here and here. You can see in the black. But I think we can work with the fire marshal to make sure that everybody's happy with these tweaks. We had 2 additional areas that we would like to address as well, and in the city engineer's report, the first being the sidewalk along Vernon Avenue. The city engineer report has stated that they would like to see a 5-foot boulevard added between the sidewalk and the street, and we've looked at that from a number of angles, and we'd like to look at doing it a different way here. I did a plan here to get a better reflection of how it would change our thinking on the site, and with the buildings being pushed 6 feet closer to Vernon Avenue on previous meetings, we're now at a point where we feel that we're really close to the street, that in trying to create a vegetative layer of privacy for the walkout for these units, that we feel by adding this boulevard, it's taking just 5 feet more away from this kind of massive vegetation that we're able to have. Idea from the Planning Commission was to potentially widen the existing walk, which is 4 feet. We're certainly open to looking into something like that. I think part of the current perception is the extreme overgrowth of the plantings and trees there really do almost give you 3 feet of sidewalk just because they're just coming so far over the edge. Looking at our proposed piece here, we just feel very strongly that this additional 5 feet of vegetative space within this zone is going to add quite a bit to our property and quite a bit to the sales and just overall usability of the homes along Vernon. Further looking at kind of the neighborhood through the area, we're kind of landlocked between the railroad bridge and Highway 100. So there is not going to be a continuation of this boulevard condition on either side of us. So we're kind of in a unique spot here and requesting that we stay with the sidewalk directly against the curb. The second piece that we would like to request that you guys reconsider here from the city engineer's comments is the city engineer has requested that we repave the entire street from curb to curb after existing utilities have been removed. We've in doing the planning for this, we're deliberately trying to work all of our utilities down our private drive to minimize effect upon the street, and looking at a number of new projects, homes throughout the site. Dan Hunt, the applicant, has made me aware that in the roughly 30 conditions he's aware of, all 30 had a patching done rather than a curb-to-curb refacing of the street. With that, I'll open it up to questions. Thank you.
All right. Questions for the applicant? Member Brendel, go ahead.
Regarding the sidewalk, I think that the main concern we would have is what can we provide as a safety buffer between the traffic coming off Highway 100 and going along Vernon, not really caring much about the fact that there's a pedestrian on the sidewalk, just moving along Vernon, and coming off, if they've got a green light, coming off at a relative fast speed. So we want to protect people on that sidewalk from the busyness of the roadway. And so therefore, the boulevard design for the sidewalk would add that 5-foot buffer. If we don't have a 5-foot buffer there, what would you suggest to be something as a protective barrier between the person on the sidewalk and the traffic on Vernon?
Well, I think first looking at it from existing conditions, that the railroad bridge is roughly 42 inches wide and provides nothing at this point. But what we
understood.
Yeah,
understood.
I'm just looking at kind of setting it up a little bit. And then what we'd look at from our site then is, right now it's a 48-inch sidewalk. We're certainly opening to putting it out to a 6-foot wide walk at this point to just, and as the vegetation is pulled back as well and cleaned up, it will open it up and allow people to not be stuck right against the edge of the curb at that point there. But we are not currently considering a barrier at this point, as other spots all along Vernon don't have barriers at this point.
Okay. All right, I'll think about that. Thanks.
And you're up.
Member Swenson.
My main question was about the sidewalk, too. I would certainly entertain a wider sidewalk. I do agree that it's sort of currently a dead-end sidewalk, but what we've discovered as we build sidewalks is that they don't always stay dead-end sidewalks.
Right.
And that logically that when the bridge is worked on over Highway 100, or we make any changes in that intersection, that we will continue to try to link people together. This is an area that I tried walking the other day earlier, and it's not an easy area to get around. If there's a bus stop there, if there's anything there. So a wider sidewalk, especially with as snow gets removed off of the main road, certainly would be something that I would look to have.
Member Bennett?
Well,
Member Swenson?
Member Sprague.
Member Sprague?
Well, I just have a little bit of information for context, and that is I looked today at the France Avenue plans, and even France Avenue is going to have a boulevard. Great work and effort on part of our Transportation Commission, our city engineer, the businesses on France, residents, Chamber of Commerce are participating in a planning process, and that's going to be an 8-foot wide sidewalk with an 8-foot boulevard. More desired was a 10-foot sidewalk with 10-foot boulevard because people pass each other. So we're already talking about just such diminished measurements. And finally, with France Avenue, 6-foot wide boulevards on the side streets. So just again to provide some context.
Thank you. Member Swenson or Member Sprague? Whichever.
Thank you. To Engineer Holt. So on our excuse me, on the standard state aid road project, what's the MSA? Is it 5 feet?
Right now, our standard is a 5-foot boulevard and a 5-foot walk.
And that's on any MSA street, which are mainly collectors. We only have a couple arterials left, one of which is this street. What's the sidewalk width on 66 on that park sidewalk, roughly?
That one is about I think it's about 8 feet or so.
Okay.
Then we have about a foot of it striped off, just so people won't get that close to the curb going up.
So
Causeway.
if anyone has gone down that and walked on that, especially with a child, it's a very wide sidewalk, but it's still, the perception of safety is low, especially when there are cars coming by and your kid's 5 feet ahead of you. So I think the buffer is more important than the width of the sidewalk. Maybe they go in hand, but if I had to choose one, I want to have that buffer there. If for nothing else, the perception of safety along with the issue of storage of snow. Once they start plowing that arterial, now our 4-foot sidewalk is, even less.
If I may, that would be Wooddale.
That would be Wooddale.
That's what happens to Wooddale.
Well, and this is, I take this back, this is the side of actually the bridge over Highway 100 that does have the pedestrian part. So it isn't entirely a sidewalk to nowhere. It is a sideway to City Hall.
Plus the fact that, as you say, once they're built, it becomes the new standard in the area. People start to use the facility and understand the benefit of it, and then it starts to pop up elsewhere, and we can expand the network. So the fact that there's nothing else here, to me, is not dispositive. It has to start with something.
Well, and
Why don't we
this-
continue this discussion
Yeah.
after we have the public hearing?
Oh,
So-
okay.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Totally forgot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have one additional point I'd like to make as well, that at looking at the other sidewalks through the area, just across the street then on the Devani side is a roughly 5-foot walk, and with the vegetation being pulled back and a greener, cleaner kind of measure through there, I think that seems to me is a quite comfortable space in comparison to the current green space condition of the overgrowth along Vernon. But with that, I'll turn it to the applicant.
Okay. Mr. Palkowicz, I'm not sure you introduced yourself at the beginning. I introduced you, but I'm not sure you introduced yourself and said who you worked for.
I'm sorry, Chris Palkowicz with BKV Group Architects and Engineers.
All right, thank you.
Dan Hunt with Hunt Associates, developer and applicant. What we're trying, I can't argue with all the things that have been said. A 5-foot buffer is better than no buffer. But we're not a commercial site, we're a residential site, and we're trying to create an outdoor space for 8 of the units that are up against Vernon Avenue. And we've already moved all the units 6 feet closer to Vernon Avenue to give some relief to the people on the north side of 49th from the height of the buildings on our side of 49th. So now we're further squeezing that space on, and there's nothing we can do about the traffic for the people who live there, but we're trying to create enough landscaping buffer that people feel comfortable using what in essence is their front yard. And there's got to be enough buffer and enough landscaping that they can, in essence, ignore the traffic on Vernon Avenue. So if a sidewalk just off the curb doesn't work for you, and again, it's such a minute condition because the sidewalk on the bridges will always be at the curb, then we'd ask for some relief. If not a 5-foot buffer, maybe a 3-foot buffer, and we'll do a 5-foot or a 6-foot sidewalk beyond that. But I'm just trying to keep as much area on the north side of the sidewalk as possible to put as much vegetation there.
Thanks, Mr. Hunt. Questions for Mr. Hunt? Mr. Palkowicz, otherwise we'll open this up for public hearing. Thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? You'll have 3 minutes. As you heard Director Benarat say at the beginning, best to use one of the side podiums. And you'll get a 30-second yellow warning light before your time is up. So if you would like to come up and comment to the council on this proposal, please feel free to do so. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Welcome, Mayor and City Council members. Stephen Ward, 421 Blake Road South.
Would you say that again, please?
Stephen Ward, 421 Blake Road South.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Ward.
I'm here in regards to a situation with the Mendelson reconstruction.
Oh, Mr. Ward, we're still working on this other project.
I,
So if you hold your thoughts for the public comment portion of the agenda, we'll come back to you.
my apologies.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody that wishes to testify regarding this proposal? All right, seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Now let's go back to that sidewalk discussion. I think it's an interesting issue. We all know how the cars southbound off 100 sweep that corner. It strikes me that it's you want to give the developer, if we approve this, every chance to have as good a residential feel as you can, balanced against security for anybody walking on the sidewalk. Also, the prospect of ever having that boulevard retain any form of grass, I think, is remote. And so I don't know.
That's right.
I think the notion of we should talk a little bit about the behind the bulkhead sidewalk that's wide, and that gives an opportunity to have a deeper front yard. And also, I was thinking about the possibility, like down at 50th and France, we've got nice wide walkways, and then we have trees planted down there as well. And I'm wondering about, we don't necessarily have to say that we want pavers up here, but what about the notion of trees being planted along the boulevard that would provide some physical presence and a warning to motorists and maybe a little bit of protection? And then have no boulevard, have the trees basically embedded in the sidewalk and make the sidewalk wide enough to give people a chance to get over closer to the townhouses, but you've still given the townhouses enough room to have a yard. And I think that's going to be important in trying to sell units on Vernon. So
Well,
that's just one thought, the 6-foot wide sidewalk behind the bulkhead with trees planted.
Your Honor, if I might, two more questions that
Sure.
you mentioned. So first of all, I would just ask you to visualize West 70th Street, because that is a very narrow boulevard, and some residents...
Is that 3 feet?
Probably about 3 feet.
I'd say that's about right.
And some residents chose grass, but others chose daylilies. The daylilies have looked beautiful this summer. They have bloomed
And
throughout the entire summer.
They've retained, when properly watered, they have survived.
And that's consistent with the plantings in
They
the
look a lot
Grandview
better
area.
than the attempts at grass in the boulevard.
Well, it's
frankly.
also consistent with the plantings in the Grandview area,
You
the
get
ones that the
you get a
businesses are
maintenance
maintaining.
contract on the plants too, so that the weeding that happens with sod or with grass goes away, you see, because there's a maintenance contract that goes with it.
And then the second thing that I want to ask to just have the information come forward is the sidewalk on France Avenue, the missing link between Sunnyside and West 48th Street. I believe that was constructed as a 5-foot sidewalk with a 3-foot boulevard, and because of conditions with that roadway, the boulevard was created with concrete, in essence making an 8-foot sidewalk. Am I correct, Director Houle?
Yes, I don't know if it's a full 3 feet, but we actually had a 2-foot buffer, at the minimum of it, a 2-foot buffer strip. And what that
Okay.
was is exposed concrete aggregate, so it creates a rumble strip because, well, the one thing that we're concerned about is if you put a sidewalk right up against a bulkhead curb, you have a 6-inch drop off. And so if you have sight challenge or somebody that's in a wheelchair or pushing a stroller, you have that potential of falling off that curb. So that's why we've gone to the standard of having that buffer strip.
What you did on Concord too.
I could
Yeah.
never, in good conscience, take a sidewalk to the curb in this location. I mean, I can't think of a worse location for a pedestrian. So I agree with you, Member Bennett, on the 3-foot, because I know what that's like experiencing it, and that is sufficient. And the daylily experiment has worked very well in that location.
Let's ask Member Brindle to comment, and then I'd like to ask the applicant a quick question after that. In terms of the space they think they have to work with, or that we could work with, and still give them enough of a front yard presence for those units. All right, Member Brindle.
Well, and I appreciate Mr. Hunt's comments, because looking at what's here, it is dense vegetation between the fronts of these units. and the sidewalk, which is right at the curb. So, and I do appreciate that. Looking at the opposite side of Vernon, in front of the new Walgreens, for example, along the edge of the parking lot, there is a metal fence, which otherwise might be construed a railing, and it's along the sidewalk. Now, the sidewalk is right along the road at that point, or it's very close to the road. It's outside of the metal railing, which I'll call it at this point. And what I'm thinking is that with the space constraint that is here, leaving the sidewalk adjacent to the curb would be fine if there was something separating a person on the sidewalk from the roadway, like a railing. So if something could be placed there, like a railing, similar to what is on the other side of Vernon, I think that would allow them to have the vegetation space they want, to have the sidewalk that's needed, and to have a separation, a safety separation between the street and the sidewalk.
You're thinking like a low knee-high decorative iron railing?
No,
or what are you
not
thinking?
knee-high. It's here where your hand could be on it. So someone who would need some stability could put their hand on it and walk along it. It would be railing height, in my mind.
Mr. Hunt or Mr. Polkowicz, how much room do we have to work with here, in your mind? I mean, I'm not saying we'll necessarily agree with you, but it would be good to get your input on what you think we have for depth to work with here.
Well, there's no answer to it. Every foot we add behind the curb takes away some vegetation going back to it. So there's no answer to it. I'm trying to reduce the 5 feet. I understand the concern. I don't like the railing there. Just, in front of Jerry's, the railing it's the curb, a miniature sidewalk, and a railing. It's actually a worse situation because there's nowhere to go if you had to.
And you can't cross mid-block because it's blocked, and you can't.
And it's never going to change because it falls off into the parking lot. There's just nothing there. I'm intrigued by the mayor's idea of planting some trees there. So if we could do a smaller planted area and put some trees there, that provides. The trees are going to provide, as they get bigger, more safety than the depth of it. So if we could do maybe 3 feet and put some trees in there and put a 4-foot sidewalk on the other side of it, we could make that work.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Mayor and council, from a public works maintenance point of view, we need at least 5 feet minimum to maintain these sidewalks at the trackless meetings.
The minimum MSA standard is 5. And that's on most of our streets are collectors. That's why I'm saying this is an arterial.
You're saying that you need 5-foot sidewalk at a minimum when you're maintaining it?
Right. And that's the only
And this would be a sidewalk you would maintain?
It is. It actually is maintained now. It's not maintained the greatest because it had 4 feet, so we're encroaching on the grass, and then when we get to the bridge, we have to actually come back and do that by hand. But 5 feet is what the width of our trackless machines, and that's the only reason we went to 5 feet. We've had discussions on the France Avenue project where we went to the 8-foot width, and actually we've had a lot of other discussions of maybe even increasing to 6 feet on for state aid to get more room, so if we have people side by side and they're passing somebody, they don't have to go single file. So, there's a lot of discussions on what should be the correct width of a sidewalk in certain locations.
This is a PUD, right? So there are certain standards we want to require in exchange for the benefits of a PUD, and walkability in the pedestrian environment is one. That to me also makes the units more marketable. And I of all people, am insensitive to the real estate value that's going to be created. But I think we're not adhering to the best practice that we've been using throughout the city and trying to create this walkable environment if we go down to 4. And I think the 3-foot boulevard, I already know that will work because we have a great example of that on 70th with flowers that looks fabulous. So why not take that treatment and a 5-foot sidewalk, and now we're from the original 10 to 8. They've got 2 more feet. We've got what we need to exchange for the PUD and keep our master plan going, and it seems like it's a legitimate exchange.
That'll work.
That'll work.
All right.
Okay.
And I think
Good.
when you
I
turn
still
off
like the
that-
idea of trees in there, because even though you had discussed earlier, a wider boulevard, a 5-foot wide boulevard, I think cars that move at the speed they do through there, if they jump the curb, that open space at 5 feet makes no difference, but a tree could. So I'm in favor of the 3-foot boulevard with tree plantings and maybe the lilies or the.
Well, I actually think that
So.
Mr. Hunt understands that the possibility of trees could actually make that sidewalk not an eyesore, but more of an amenity for the backs of those houses that he has there. So I guess I do support the tree idea, but I want it to also work for you as it might work for someone on it. So my question to you is, are you okay with the idea of trees in the boulevard?
Yes.
Okay.
I like trees and floral, Mayor. I think that's it's going to be nice when you come around that corner.
All right, so I think we worked ourselves towards a solution.
And I'm hoping
Member
what it
Bennett,
does for
you
you
have a
is
comment?
that it softens the back and it doesn't look quite so harsh.
I have a question for Planner Acker, and that is, the Planning Commission had some extensive discussion on whether or not the construction management rules, I believe they called them 411 rules, would apply here. And your answer was no, but their motion still included, I think, mention of construction management plan guidelines. So can you please comment on whether or not construction management rules, the new rules, will affect this project or not?
It should if it becomes a condition of it, and that's what we're recommending, is that it become a condition of approval.
So it's voluntary compliance.
But it's not in the conditions that are in the packet.
It should be added then, because that was the Planning Commission recommendation to do that. They wanted to have that project comply with 411 and have the construction management person watch over it. They were sensitive to the single-family residents that were on the east side and across the street, and they just wanted to make sure that the project, and the applicant agreed that that would be appropriate.
So then again, it just needs to be added to this list of
Yes,
conditions?
it should be in there.
She mentioned it.
I want to go back to the walking environment again. The pathway coming up, what's the width of that? Is that 5 coming up from the site, going north-south? Coming up through the site?
stairway.
Along the railroad tracks.
Yeah, the stairway.
Stairway is 6.
6, and then the sidewalk on 49th is?
The new sidewalk on 49th, I believe, is 5.
I thought that was 5 feet with a boulevard.
So we
That was the trade-off, I think.
Yeah.
It's 5 with a 4-foot boulevard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
So-
but let's revisit this patching versus replacing the street issue. Director Houle, what were you thinking about there?
Mayor and the council, our standard is when a developer or tear down, rebuild, or anything like that comes in, is that they actually go out to if they're not going to be reusing the service, that they go out to the corpse, stop on the water main and shut that off. And if they're not using the sanitary sewer services, that they go out to the main and basically close that off so we don't get any I&I into the system, infiltration. So in doing so, there's about 10 different services, combined services between water and sewer that are going in, stubbing into the properties today. So if you do a patch, about 10 patches on 275 feet of roadway, it's going to look like a patch job when you're done. So our recommendation is to go out there and open cut, close off those services, and then basically repave the roadway. And actually, when you look at the economics of it, if you have 10 patches in that amount of distance, it's probably going to be cheaper just to repave it all versus having a contractor patch that in individually.
So the developer would typically pay the cost of patching?
Pardon me?
The developer would typically pay the cost of patching?
They do, yes, they do.
And
Mr. Palkowitz or Mr. Hunt, your comment on that issue?
Well, it may be cheaper to do some paving. Our contention is to pave it from curb to curb. And, I mean, I live on the far west side on Interlochen Boulevard. There are 6 dozen tear downs the past 4 or 5 years, and most of it is, they do a very nice job patching it. If it's cheaper for us to repave that side of the street, obviously we'll repave it, but it is a relatively new street. It doesn't need to be redone from curb to curb. Now, I had not had a chance to talk to staff about it. There may be more to it than that, but it just seems wasteful to redo the whole street.
All right.
Mayor and
And then,
Council,
go ahead, Director Hull.
if you look at A43, the plan, the site layout and paving plan, you can see the existing services on that. And actually, the water main is located in the North Boulevard area. It's kind of unusual. Usually the water main is about 10 feet off the center line of a roadway. So yes, in most cases, you could just patch half the street. In this case, you have to chase all the way to the north side of the roadway with those water services. So you're basically digging up the entire street from curb to curb.
You're digging one trench for the water main. And so if we ended up repaving our half of the street because we had so many cuts in it and patching the north side of the street, that would be a typical condition up and down Interlochen Boulevard.
I think this is an issue that we'd prefer to have staff deal with when you know the costs and the developer as well. But I guess we could deal with it tonight if we had to. But it seems a bit premature, frankly, until we know the costs. And you may well decide too that it's better to do the whole thing than the patching. So how do we deal with that issue from a let's say from a post-approval process standpoint? Manager Neal, any thoughts on that?
Well, I think that I thought I heard Director Houle say that we have an existing practice on this subject. Do we not?
We do, yes. Yeah.
And so what we're proposing is consistent with the city's existing practice. So we're looking, I think, and it's a condition, I think it's being proposed as a condition of the approvals from Planning Commission as well.
That's correct, yes.
If we get to the point where that work is to be done and Mr. Hunt isn't satisfied with the existing practice, can he come back to us and address it with the council? I mean, we've never had to deal with an issue like this before, frankly, patching versus replacing the street in a development.
Well, that's because most of the time the developer will do it. They don't like it. I'll be very clear with, I think you can't find a developer that would like what we're proposing here, but it's best for the long-term infrastructure that all of the public is using there.
It's our best practice.
So right. So you're asking if they do discover that it's cheaper to just do a number of patches rather than to do our accepted practice, if they could come back and ask you for permission to do that? Is that the question?
Well, I think they could come back here probably for any issue, but what I'm suggesting, I think, is that Director Hu will look at this when everything gets opened up and decide at that point in time, do we maintain our usual practice or would there be a deviation from the existing practice?
if this were an old street in terrible condition, I might say patching would be fine. But this section of the street actually looks, when I drove down the other day, looks pretty good. So I can understand why our practice is that it try to be returned to its pre-construction condition, because the last thing you want to do to residents that live across the street who had to pay at some point for that street to be redone is to put the street in jeopardy because of a large construction project across the street. So that would be, I assume, why we have that as a practice.
I don't think you'll add, as staff, we're not going to argue against council giving us flexibility and discretion, but I think we just to be honest with you, it's probably going to be exercised the way we're proposing, unless there's some very unusual circumstances here.
All right, I think council's comfortable with that. And then we've got one other issue to deal with after the fact, I think, is the chief still back there? The drive lane issue for drive lane width, I think it needs to be acceptable to the fire marshal. And that's kind of a post-approval issue, as I understood. Is that right, Mr. Palkowicz?
Correct. That was the letter was sent after submittal was done. We're agreeable to work with the fire marshal.
So we should make that a condition too, that the drive lane width is acceptable to the fire marshal. All right, Member Bennett, you've been making a few notes too on the conditions. So, any other issues? We had a resolution embodying these things that we've been working on, correcting some of the typographical issues and substantive issues. Resolution 2013-64. First page looked okay. Second page, we struck number 10 because it was redundant to number 6.
Right.
I think under 1, the last bullet point ought to read something as follows: use of the building materials in the manner depicted in the June 24, 2013 submission to the City of Edina. That would cover both the type of materials and the use of those materials in the locations on the renderings that are shown.
Okay.
So add that language in lieu of what's there already.
Number 11.
And then new number 10, old number 11 has the park dedication fee at $30,000, not $35,000. Number 12 becomes number 11, and then we would have new number 12. That could be the drive lane width is established acceptable to the fire marshal. And then 13, remember Bennett, you had one that you had prepared there for crafting. You're crafting it now, I guess.
Construction management plan.
So we could go to the sidewalk issue. 13 could be a 3-foot wide boulevard with a 5-foot wide sidewalk on the Vernon Avenue side of the project.
How do you spec vegetation to be
With
acceptable?
trees, with landscaping plan acceptable to staff.
Yep.
And the staff knows what we want. And then 14, member Bennett, there was one more.
Director, Planner Ocker, what language would you suggest with that?
That it would be subject to Section 411 of the construction management plan.
So subject to code section 411, construction management rules,
Yes.
and the supervision of the city's residential construction manager. Or what is her title?
Redevelopment coordinator.
Redevelopment coordinator.
That won't change any fees or anything that they would normally pay, does it? If we make it acceptable to 411?
Pardon me? Yeah, they would have to have a demo permit. So there would be some.
Well, they would have a demo permit
Right.
anyway, but are we charging them more because we're making them comply with the residential housing?
I don't think so.
My goal is
Well,
not to do that.
it should be clear that we're not intending to do that.
Right.
So you'd say without duplication of fees?
Or increased fees. Duplication or
There
increased
shouldn't be
fees.
any.
I think the concept was that our residential development coordinator would take complaints and go out and be there weekly and et cetera. Isn't that the whole concept behind what planning was hoping?
Yes, to oversee.
So the only part of 411 we want is the oversight part, not the other parts. You have an
Yes.
engineering plan, I assume, anyway, when they are putting in the footings and everything, so, okay.
Although Member Swenson, there are some there's a much different noise standard in 411 than there is in the city's code otherwise. We have not revisited that issue, and so there is the protective rules really are under 411.
Agreed, and there's the lack of ability to have construction on Sundays. Is that so you've read 411 and you know what's in it? Okay.
All right, so that's the resolution 213-64, which deals with the final development plan, final rezoning from PRD2 to PUD5. So with those changes in the language of that resolution, is there a motion?
I'll move that.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second with those changes being made. Discussion.
Yes, Your Honor, if I might.
Sure.
Okay. I want to commend my colleagues, the developer, the Planning Commission, and staff for working so hard on this. I think that there has been a lot of progress made. I think it is a project that has more acceptance among some in the neighborhood than it did. That being said, I will not be able to support it in this location. And I have the same concerns I've expressed previously. I think it's important as a city that we offer housing choices. I know that we'll continue to look at new forms of housing and new locations for housing. I hope that as we do that, we keep our comprehensive plan goals and goals in mind and try to find a way to coordinate them, because I know that starter homes and relatively affordable single-family housing is something that is becoming in shorter supply in this city, and yet something that still remains desirable, not only to people who want to live here, but also people already living here. And so again, I encourage us as we go forward to look for ways to make new projects fit with existing neighborhoods in ways that serve all. And I think that this project will pose some burden. I know that there's been good attempt to try to ameliorate that burden, and I do wish you well.
Other comments? Member Sprague.
As said before, I think it's going to be a great improvement on this piece of land, very difficult piece of land, the topography and the adjacency to Vernon. And I like the addition of the residential use there, and bringing in new residents to that corner of the world. I know that there's demand for that type of housing. We need more housing options in the city. So, and with the improvements to the pedestrian environment around the site and the permeability up from the Grandview district down, I think that's another huge improvement for the city.
Others? No. I can't, based on the comments that have been made, I can't resist throwing in my 2 cents here. I want to commend Mr. Hunt for his creativity, his innovation, his idea of doing something with this corner, both at the Vernon level and down below, where I think it's frankly a great neighborhood enhancement and a great buffer of that single-family neighborhood from Vernon, with first-rate architecture by BKV. I just think it's an extraordinary project, and I think it's a great benefit to the city of Edina that you have stepped up to do this type of project at that location. It takes some guts, and it takes some ingenuity, and as I mentioned before, creativity, and I think it's very, very innovative. So, yeah. Member Brindle.
I just have one thing, because I'll chime in here. The very first proposal for this site was for me way outside the box, and it was big.
It's right here.
And yes, it was big, but it made you think about what could you do here. And when you came back with this basically downscaled, but more in keeping with the single family, single unit kind of home that exists there, and in talking with a couple of the neighbors in the area and getting a couple letters of support from them, it's clear they're excited about a new look and kind of a fresh face for the area. So thank you for your persistence and again for your creativity.
All right, roll call. Ms. Tim, please.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Member Bennett?
Nay.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. Next matter is Ordinance 213-8. We have to have a PUD ordinance in place for this particular project. Is there a motion? on that?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt ordinance 2013-8, which amends the zoning ordinance to establish a PUD district at 5109 through 5125 West 49th Street, the so-called Vernon Townhomes. Discussion. Although, roll call, please.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Member Bennett?
Nay.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your input. All right, we've got one other public hearing this evening, and that is a request for lot area variances. And Ms. Zucker, you have this matter as well. This is a proposed subdivision of an existing parcel.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Rodney Helm is proposing to subdivide the property at 5612 Tracy Avenue into 2 lots. The existing site is a corner lot, contains a single-family home and attached garage. The home currently fronts Tracy Avenue with the side street along Hawks Terrace. The existing home, as you see here, this is a survey of the home, will be torn down and 2 new homes will be built on 2 new lots. To accommodate the request, the following is required: a subdivision and lot width variances from 80.7 feet to 80 feet for each lot, lot depth variances from 157 feet to 122 feet, and lot area variances from 17,651 square feet to 9,820 square feet. The current lot is oversized as compared with surrounding lots. Here is the survey again. The lot contains mature trees, mostly along the south and west side of the site. It also has some steep slopes along Hawks Terrace. The access to the site is from Tracy Avenue, currently with a single-family home that would be removed. This is the plat that is being proposed for the site. They had originally proposed having access off of Hawks Terrace. Along with the city engineer, it was decided that it's appropriate to continue the shared driveway situation with a cross easement, driveway easement agreement to access both lots, continued off of Tracy Avenue because of the slopes as well as the trees and vegetation that are along the south side of the property. This was the original plan. What they had originally proposed were 2 access driveways off of Hawks Terrace, which would require grading and a removal of trees along the south lot line. So it was instead suggested that they have a shared driveway along the north side. The grading plan shows the buildable area for Lot 1 with a 15-foot setback. Here, that is not the case. Actually, the setback that's required from Tracy Avenue, you need to match the front yard setback of a home if it's facing an adjacent home if it's facing the street, which they would have to match. It does allow for a 2,535 square foot area to put a building footprint in, so it's still buildable in terms of an additional lot. The city engineer has reviewed the plan, both the proposed, and found them generally acceptable. Adequate drainage and utility easements are proposed along all the lot lines. The detailed grading plans would be reviewed by the city engineer at the time of building permit application. construction management plan will be required for the construction of the 2 new homes, and a 9 Mile Creek watershed district will also be required. Both lots, again, will gain access off of Tracy Avenue by a shared driveway utilizing the existing driveway to the site. Loading from Hawks Terrace would not be required. It would require significant grading and removal of trees, so that north driveway is what is being suggested and proposed. The neighborhood does vary in lot sizes. As you can see, the existing property is highlighted with the blue. What you'll notice is on the west side of Tracy Avenue, the lots are narrower and less deep and smaller in area, given what's along the west side of Tracy and then also north of Vernon. The lot widths that are around the surrounding property are more in line with what they're proposing with an 80-foot lot width. The 2 lots that are adjacent, one to the north and one directly to the west, are both 75 feet in width. The proposed lots will be 80 feet in width. The lot depths at 135 feet will be deeper than some of the surrounding, or 122 feet will be deeper than some of the adjacent ones and will be equal to others. The lot area will also be consistent. The lot area of 9,820 square feet would be consistent with some of the ones that are nearby on the west side of Tracy Avenue. Staff believes the findings for a variance are met with the proposal. The practical difficulty is due to the fact that the subject property is a double size lot, given those lots that are on the west side of Tracy Avenue. The block was originally platted with lots similar in size to those proposed with the subdivision, with the exception of the subject lot. The lot width and depth requirements are due to wider and deeper lots further away from the subject property. The requested variances to split the lot are reasonable in the context of the immediate neighborhood, maybe not necessarily as it relates to the 500-foot radius neighborhood that is required by the subdivision ordinance. The existing lot is both larger and wider than other properties in the immediate area. The proposed subdivision would result in 2 lots more characteristic of what is nearby. The condition of the overside lot is unique to the west side of Tracy Avenue on this block. All the lots on the west side of Tracy, north of Hawks Drive, are similar in size to the two proposed lots. The applicant is proposing to subdivide the property in the same manner as what was approved just to the south and on the west side of Tracy Avenue that the council approved recently. There was the plat that was approved for that particular project.
Did you say the east side or west side?
That was on the east side of Tracy.
Right.
I thought I
just heard you say it was on the west side, but
if I did, I stand corrected. It was on the east side.
When you say similar, you mean not in terms of the driveway locations, just in terms of
the neighborhood context. And that it was a similar situation in that the lots that were created were similar to those lots that were on the east side nearby that particular proposal.
But with front-loading garages.
Yes. They don't have, it's not on a corner lot, so they wouldn't have the option for that. On July 24th, 2013, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the preliminary plat with variances on a 7-0 vote. Recommendation to the City Council is to approve the proposed 2-lot subdivision of 5612 Tracy Avenue with variances from 80.7 feet to 80 feet for each lot width, lot depth variances of 157 feet to 122 feet, and lot area variances from 17,651 square feet to 9,820. Approval is based on the following findings. Except for the variances, the proposal meets the required standards and ordinance for subdivision. The proposal is consistent with the lots on the block on the west side of Tracy Avenue north of Hawks Drive. The 80-foot wide lot is wider than the general standard required width of 75 feet in our zoning ordinance. The 9,820 square foot lots are larger than our general standard of minimum lot area of 9,000 square feet. The proposal meets the required standard for variance because there's a unique hardship in the property caused by existing size of the property, which is roughly 2 times the size of the lots on the block. The requested variances are reasonable in the context of the immediate neighborhood, and the existing lot is both larger and wider than most properties in the area, including every lot on the blocks north of Hawks Drive and west of Tracy Avenue. The proposed subdivision would result in 2 lots more characteristic of the neighborhood. The variance would meet the intent of the ordinance because the proposed lots are similar in size to others in the neighborhood. If the variance were denied, the applicant would be denied a use of the property on an 80-foot wide, 9,000 plus square foot lot, which is common within the area. Approval should be subject to the following conditions: that the city must approve the final plat within 1 year of the preliminary approval, or receive a written application for a time extension. Parkland dedication and fee of $5,000 must be paid prior to the release of the final plat. Vehicle access to these lots shall be off of Tracy Avenue. Compliance with the conditions required by the Director of Engineering in his memo dated July 18, 2013. Prior to issuance of a building permit, the following items must be submitted. Submit evidence of a 9 Mile Creek Watershed District approval. The city may require some revisions to the preliminary plat to meet the district requirements. A curb cut permit must be obtained through the engineering department. A grading plan subject to the review and approval of the city engineer. A construction management plan will be required for the construction of the 2 new homes. Utility hookups are subject to review of the city engineer. And a private driveway easement established over Lot 1 to serve Lot 2 must be filed with Hennepin County. And with that, I will stop and answer questions that you may have.
Questions for Ms. Ocker? Member Swenson?
Under C, the proposed subdivision would result in 2 lots more characteristic of the neighborhood. If I look at the Google map green picture of the neighborhood, every corner lot on every side street faces a side street. It loads on the side street. People, when they want to visit it, would park in front of the house or pull into the driveway, but every driveway exits onto the side street. So why is this driveway in the back consistent with the characteristics of the neighborhood? Because I don't see any other driveway serving 2 houses in the back with, I think my biggest concern is that it isn't consistent with the neighborhood, that you now have a confused parking pickup front door of the house question, and so it's not consistent with the neighborhood. I can see the lot size being consistent with the neighborhood. I have no argument with you there.
And originally they had proposed the driveways loading off of Hawks Terrace. After walking the site, after the community development director walked the site along with our city forester, and given the terrain difference,
it's a challenge,
yes.
But the house next to the west of it has a driveway that comes off of that road.
It's retained on the east side.
It has a retaining wall on it. I do agree there's a challenge to it, but I think if you want consistency with the characteristics of your neighborhood, and that you want to have people be able to visit there and not be confused where to go, and we only have parking on one side of Tracy. It's on the opposite side. There isn't a lot of it because we bait it, and then we made bump outs for all these streets so we could safely get people out of these neighborhoods and into them. I just question that part of it, the driveway part of it.
So there is no example of a shared driveway within the immediate neighborhood?
Not within, I guess define the immediate neighborhood, but within that west part of Hawks Terrace, Tracy, no. Would it be in the context of the neighborhood character to leave the curb cut where it is and just have one driveway? That's what is there right now. I believe that's what was being looked at as well, is that you're not introducing an additional driveway.
Other questions for Ms. Ocker?
I have a question.
Member Bennett?
Thank you. Is there a definition of slope and bank? Are those terms of art?
Not in the zoning ordinance, no.
Okay. In architectural circles? I mean, I went out and looked at the site, and to me it seems like what's there is really a bank, not a slope. It's very steep, which helps you understand why it was probably developed as one site.
Agreed.
It also helps a person understand why, if it was going to be subdivided, side by side facing Tracy wouldn't work, because one of the properties wouldn't have a side yard. They'd have air. And then I think to the question of where the driveway would go, I think one can certainly find examples of driveways built in those kind of conditions, but often it ends up with the front part of the lot being removed. I think we have some examples over what would be about 57th or 56th and Chowan. I think
if you're putting in a driveway, though, you're not removing the whole front part of the yard. My biggest concern is if you have a shared driveway and you have any more than 2 cars there, you have no ability to turn around, and the first house who has to keep their driveway open for the second house has no ability to park an extra car. So I just think and that's their backyard that you've just put asphalt in. So how is a house built so how it fronts? So is it built so its backyard is really where everybody else's front yards are? I just think we're creating 2 lots that don't then fit in with the neighborhood, and I have a problem with that. If I'm going to create 2 lots out of this 1 lot. I do agree with you. I think it was built originally because if you just put the driveway off of Tracy, that was the higher part of the lot and it went in.
And you could
So
still
I would
do
be
one
comfortable
house.
having and leaving that and then leaving it as one house.
One house.
Thank you. We'll go to the applicant. Ask you to come forward and introduce yourself and give you about 10 minutes to speak on this matter.
Good evening. My name is Rod Helm. I'm the listing agent for the Shanites, representing them as applicant on this. I'd like to comment a little bit about the driveway discussion just now. That was brought forward very early, working with Carrie on it. The concern, and there was concern of the neighboring properties too, is that there was a lot of interest in that green space across the front, the character of the green space, the foliage, the heavier trees in the front. Also taken away into that hillside, you're going to have roughly about a 25-foot cut for each site. It would take quite a bit of that hill, and also a tuck under garages would be created on each, taking a large portion of whatever the incoming basements would be on the houses. Carrie from the onset felt very comfortable with that, retaining that shared driveway aspect. That it was raised about parking and in that driveway. These sites are very large, and they're going to, I'm sure, as they get developed, they'll have driveways that will split back towards the garage for additional parking up on site. The vision would be both houses would still front Tracy, so there wouldn't be confusion where the front of the houses are. It's just more of.
They still front Tracy.
I'm sorry, still front. They would be fronting Hawks, so there wouldn't be a concern of where the actual fronts of the houses would be. It would just be minimizing the destruction of that hill, which again, at the Planning Commission was the primary concern of the neighbors that came, was really devastating that front of the hill. The incoming buyer that's purchasing it to develop it, this was their preferred look at it too. We had already come down the road with Carrie on it before he stepped into the picture, but he feels that those are going to be the most marketable for him as well. That house on the corner at time of purchase will understand that that's a condition of that site, that there is an easement off of that. So there were a number of things that kind of led to that, and from the very onset, we proposed both directions, cutting into that hill or coming from the back, and it just seemed that the neighborhood cared quite a bit about that. That was their primary concern, was some of that foliage and how that laid out. This particular neighborhood, these variances are asking to be a variance around the medians, and this median condition, I think, works really well in certain neighborhoods in Edina, because it's supposed to be, intended to define what's typical in a neighborhood. And this neighborhood, as our planning person said, is really kind of divided into two types of properties. There's a very large distribution of very deep sites, and then there's another distribution of shorter sites, and it is somewhat divided between Tracy on the west side are more, I guess we'd call standardized sites, and then on the east side are these 200 plus to 300 foot depth sites. So it creates a kind of a two grouping system, which when you start talking about medians, it's really hard to define what's typical. Now for the west side of the Tracy, these sites are identical, actually slightly deeper, slightly wider than the property just to the west of it, down the block. So it really matches kind of the characteristics of that side of the street. With regards to the width, the variance that we're asking for, there's 21 properties out of that 63 property data set. They're all within 7 inches of the width. And I think roughly 20 of them then would fall underneath the median given the same requirement. So it fits, I think, really characteristically with what the general neighborhood has, but this median does trip it up and does create a kind of unusual condition because of that specific neighborhood. When looking at it, on that 500-foot neighborhood, there's really only 2 sites in the neighborhood that set themselves up as a 2-lot subdivision. One was the Kaiser Edition, which you guys approved last spring, 5633, and then this one. Again, the intent was to create something that fronts Hawks, looks more like that street of Hawks, will match Hawks, and I guess in a sense kind of create a residential corner there that might not fully exist right now with the way the house is up on the site. The house itself is in fairly disrepair. We're not actually doing the tear down, but the property that's being removed does not have any type of architectural significance. It's a older 4-level that's had a number of modifications and add-ons over the years. So we're not looking at removing something that has some sort of interest or significance in the neighborhood. I think that's all I have for comments right now. Do you have questions for me?
I have a question. So if they're fronting Hawks, but there's no access from Hawks, what's the point?
There'll be a sidewalk access from, or a stairs access down to Hawks is what the
okay.
That would be.
In these 2 pictures that show driveway in the back and driveway in the front, putting the driveways in the front took out 1 additional tree, and that was it.
It took out quite a bit of the hillside was the concern, and from the neighbor speaking at the last meeting, again, the primary concern was that the look and the green space there, and not really tearing into that. And when this was brought up that shared driveway was coming off of Tracy, that really accommodated a lot of the comments.
Could you comment then on what yard space these houses would have if the back is driveway?
Well, it's I envision just basically you're going to have probably north-facing garages there. Might be a detached garage on the west side. I'm not sure, but you could pull in and you'd maintain quite a bit of yard. I mean, the driveway as drawn here, the easement as drawn was right along the north side where it currently exists. So I think, if people would pull in, you'd pass through and pull into your own driveway once you're onto the lot 2 on the west side. Well, I don't have the actual measurements because they only draw out the pad size.
If you assume that these drawings are accurate for what you would need for driveways and turnaround space, because you couldn't back out onto Tracy.
No, I envision what would happen is the lot 1, the property closer to Tracy would do a back out with your, rear end of the car would, I guess, back to the west, and you'd face out to Tracy, and the same thing. Again, those drawings that you see show buildable pads. So, someone's not going to come in necessarily and build all 2,500.
I understand that.
Okay.
It's just that is their backyard, and for certainly the lot 1 on the east, there's really very little left that could even be backyard.
Yeah, well,
and then on the one on the west lot, is that lot 2, has maybe a third left of what would be there as their backyard. So
I think the lot 1 is going to pick up substantial side yard.
Yes, it does.
Which is a lot of green space that basically is kind of how that house lives now on that side. Lot 2, I guess I don't anticipate them taking a whole lot more driveway out than would be a typical access point out to an alley in any other neighborhood. I think they'll still have that green space and be able to design around it. I think that the part of it will be what makes most sense for the market to appeal to it. And this, if I were the builder coming in, I would certainly position my property and position my garages as such to maintain as much green space and place that space in whichever space that you'd need to have the market. So I think for the incoming buyer, a lot of those concerns will have to be addressed from whoever is doing that final build job there. But I do think, if we allow the builder to build up on the hill as it is, it sets up as a very nice site. If you cut into it, you've got walk-up stairs. There's some other complications then from a resale there too, that you're walking up to your main level above your garage, where in this case you're coming in on garage would be on their main level, which would be, I guess, kind of more of a typical new construction offering.
Other questions for Mr. Helm? Personally, I'm having a hard time seeing the great similarity between 5612 and the one we approved at 5633. And I think you handled that other matter. That lot, when you walked by it or drove by it, with that mid-century modern house aging in place, the width of the lot on Tracy and the depth of the lot, it just seemed to be entirely appropriate from a subjective standpoint and even an objective standpoint to allow the subdivision of that piece of property. It seemed like it was a better fit on that side of the street. But when I look at 5612, and then I look at some of the other lots that are interior to Hawks Terrace, 5712 is almost kind of a mirror image. 5708. There are other lots, 5613. Some of them have been measured, some of them have not been measured. They have more of the same type of lot width, lot coverage, lot dimension, lot area that 5612 has. So to me, it's not an anomaly to the neighborhood. And there's something that doesn't feel right about having a single driveway on Tracy loading back on the north end into two houses that face Hawks Terrace. It seems to me like the notion of a single house there would be, in a way, much more consistent with what has actually gone on in the neighborhood and the way the neighborhood's platted out towards Hawks Lake. So I'm having a tough time with this one, frankly. So
I guess the driver of our argument was, as you walk west on that block on Hawks, I meant the exact property, or the property directly adjacent, is roughly 1/2 of what this site is. And as you step down towards the west, all those sites are platted very similar to what the proposed sites would be. And this specific neighborhood setting has so many different small nuances to it. Certainly your arguments on 5633 Tracy are different than these, because that side of the street all had 232-foot depth sites. There's again, if we were talking in South Area Park, where every site seems to be very standardized, or even into Parkwood Knolls, where all the sites are larger 1-acre sites, you start seeing a lot more consistency. But if you walk up and down Hawks, and then the frontages of those streets or those lots, are very similar to what's being proposed with this one.
Do you know what the lot area is for 5612?
Current? It's probably just under 20,000, because the split sites, I think, are 90.
Yeah, they're 98,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, right. 98, 9,900.
So 5712 is 13.5. I don't know 5708. That's not on here. So it's still larger than 5712. And then, of course, once you get over to the lake, which is just 3 houses over, really, those lots are deep, and the street frontage isn't quite as wide. but the lot area, I'm sure, is equal to or greater than 5612, and you're only 3 houses away from lots like that. And there's a half a dozen of them. So, also the elevation on Hawks Terrace that a couple of my colleagues have talked about. In a way, it seems like a great site for a single-family home, elevated with facing Hawks and accessing it the way it's accessed now off Tracy.
Well, our argument is just that I guess 2 would fit better on there, but there is a couple issues. I know financially you cannot make that argument, but as a single site, it's going to be substantially different to the Shanites, obviously. Secondly, what gets built on a 20,000 square foot site could very well be very much outside of what the standard is of those houses. In order to maximize, incoming builders are going to want to maximize the setting as much as they can on size and scope. A larger site like that, it will drive a larger house, that probably will be outside of the characteristic of those neighboring houses. The positioning of these 2 sites and this size will probably drive, somewhere in the 700 to 750 type price point. It'll probably drive somewhere around the 2,500 to 2,800 square foot above grade house. That kind of fits in with the neighborhood. You have a house that might get torn down on a 20,000 square foot lot. I mean, it has potential of really sizing up, I guess, that's not consistent with the neighborhood. I've been in real estate for 22 years now, and we also have a business that does some development over in the Minneapolis area, and there are certain properties that lend themselves to certain things and certain properties that don't. And we certainly don't go out and look for things to tear down. We always look for things that should be torn down, and turn into something better if it makes sense. Looking at this site, from my standpoint, it lends itself so much to become consistent with the rest of Hawks to square off that corner. There's a great example in Minneapolis where they had a house fronting, it'd be very similar to this, a house fronting the Hawks, the side house that would be loaded against Tracy, has presence with the garage loading off the Tracy. I think architecturally it has a lot of potential to become something really nice on that corner. It has potential to kind of, I guess, create a nice residential corner to that corner rather than just one single house tucked way back up here, and if it does end up being torn down, a giant house tucked up there. So I just think that when you look at what Hawks looks like and what probably would be consistent with fronting Hawks, it just, to me, lends itself towards the argument of the lots fronting Hawks.
Thanks, Mr. Helms. Yeah, go ahead and sit down, and we're going to open this up for a public hearing. All right. We're opening this matter up as a council for a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? All right. Seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
The motion is second to close the public hearing. Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. All right. Colleagues, what do you think about this one? Unanimous approval at the Planning Commission, none of the neighbors
here. From the
here?
other side?
One concern that I have is sorry, Barry, the lead to say that it's a hardship because the lot is too big. I don't agree with that that's a hardship. I mean, we've seen people building to the site throughout the city. They'll build to small sites, they'll build to larger sites. So just as a starting point, I'm troubled with that, as was a planning commissioner who found herself able to support it, but as a starting point. And I do note that in terms of the correspondence that we've seen from the neighborhood and the testimony at the Planning Commission, the support was for the division only if the driveway was from Tracy.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then lastly, I guess it's definitely a steep site. I think the vegetation, I think what people are seeing is that green wall, but there also are just topographical and water management issues that occur. And I don't know that you do suit the neighborhood well with two homes side by side, but with those front garages. I think you lose the slope with the front garages. So I don't know where that leaves you, Member Swenson, but
I wouldn't put a shared driveway behind where
I
all the
hear
other
that.
houses, but if you look at the houses that back up to it, then they're all backing up to pavement. I don't view that as a great solution either for the houses around it.
Member Brindle? Comments?
Well, the confusing part of it for me is that the address is on Tracy. Is the address of the two homes going to remain on Tracy, or will it be on Hawks?
And how will that affect your thoughts on subdivision, no subdivision?
Well, I'm okay with the subdivision. I actually am. There's 20 feet for yard space. There's 25 feet. There's 25 feet. There's more than 20 feet. As far as yard space around the two homes, I'm okay with it. So I don't object to it.
Member Sprague, your thoughts?
My thoughts are some lots don't lend themselves to subdivision well, and this might be one of them. I know that we had an issue with one over off of Concord, and we were told that they'd plunk a big house down on it, and that's the right of the owner to do that on any site, to have it rebuilt to code. So I don't see this site with a shared driveway at all reflecting the context of the neighborhood. And I see that diminishing the green space around the site, and there's very little backyard left. Side yards are, there's a side yard, yes, but that in terms of a amenity to a house is secondary to a true backyard, so that has less value to me. So
I see a very large house going on this lot, and that's my concern too. And I mean that would.
But whether we approve the subdivision or not, they can do that as of right. They can build a house, tear it down and build a house.
Yep,
So
they can.
on the subdivision side of it, to me, the unique hardship that they would call out might be the lot conditions. I agree, Member Bennett, it can't just be the width. But in terms of the neighborhood integrity prong of the test, I can't support this.
Well, and the lot conditions almost weigh in the other direction, because there's a certain portion of the lot that's not really buildable, absent
Right.
some very significant changes in grade.
And I think that the loading, what would be more reflective of what's in the area would be loading onto Hawks. It would be better for the residences as well. But we have that very steep slope condition, that bank. So stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Member Swenson, you had commented earlier about you didn't see how the commonly shared driveway advantaged the adjacent homes like 5608. I thought that was an interesting point you were making. You want to comment on that a little bit further? It seems like some of the other neighbors would be affected as well, because now you've got two homes sharing a driveway and car lights coming in and out, vehicles coming in and out.
Yeah, it's
Twice
just
as,
not.
you really
it's
loaded
just not-
twice as much in there.
Yeah,
as you
it's
normally
just
see.
not typical in a neighborhood, so it doesn't really fit with most of our neighborhoods. There isn't good guest parking unless and one of the comments was they wanted the driveways in the back because they didn't want the traffic in the front, but yet you still have to have guest parking. You can't have your guests park back there and be able to turn around in your driveway. So I just find it very awkward to have the driveways back there, and I don't support that.
It seems like from a subdivision standpoint that it would have been better to try to subdivide them in a way where they loaded from Hawks Terrace, but because of the topography, it wouldn't be right to load them from Hawks Terrace. So as Member Sprague says, not every lot is conducive to a subdivision. Very much, it's very unlike 5633, which seemed like a natural sort of load or property appropriate for subdivision. So, let's see. Is there a motion to approve the preliminary plat with lot width and lot area variances embodied in Resolution 2013-65 for 5612 Tracy Avenue? Member Brindle, you want to
So moved.
I'll second it for the ability to be able to vote on it.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, we need a roll call vote.
Member Bennett?
Nay.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Nay.
Member Swenson?
Nay.
Mayor Hovland?
Nay.
Mayor?
You want a motion?
You want findings? All right.
So moved.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second to direct council to prepare appropriate findings for the council's adoption. Direct staff, excuse me, to prepare appropriate findings for the council's consideration at our next meeting. Further discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
Call on that man that got it first.
All right, we've got community comment now. Mr. Ward, it is time. Your time has come. Thanks for your patience. You can come on up and tell us what your concern is over on Mendelssohn, and give us your name and address again, please.
Road South. On my property, there is a paved area next to the driveway, which was put in decades ago. And I received a notice from the engineering department of the city of Edina that they were going to remove it as part of the reconstruction. It's been there for a very long time, and I use it in the fall to put leaves on while I'm raking my yard so I don't kill the grass and plug up my driveway. Like I say, it's been there for many decades, and I've contacted Chad Miller, the engineer, and I met him in his office, and we had a conversation, and he referred me to the director of engineering, so I contacted Wayne, and we had a very valuable conversation, and I found out that I'm actually not violating City Code 1046. I'm in disagreement with a policy that the city of Edina has in regards to these paved areas. And a policy isn't a law, and it's not a city code. And so what I'm asking is that there's many aspects of buildings that are not in compliance with city codes. They were built years ago, codes have changed, they're out of compliance, but the city doesn't choose to force that to happen. Some of them are like, you'd have to move a building in order to get it to be compliant, which is not reasonable. What I'm asking the city council to do is to classify this as an existing nonconformance and allow me to keep my little paved area. Now, Wayne is, as I mentioned, in disagreement with me, and I'm hoping, and he said my next step was to come to the city council, so I'm here presenting my case.
All right, Mr. Ward, let us take that under consideration.
Could I get a better description of exactly what we're...
I think Mr. Hool knows, Director Hool knows where it is, so I think what we should do is have Director Hool talk to legal counsel and then come back to us at our next meeting and tell us what the issue is from a staff perspective, and we can, Mr. Ward, you should probably come back too, and we'll have staff stay in contact with you, so if by chance it doesn't come up at the next meeting, we'll get to it as quickly as we can, but we need a little time to think about this issue.
I
and have
appreciate
staff
that.
address it, so understand your concern.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
All right, thanks. All right.
Thank you. My name is Raymond E. O'Connell, 4612 Valley View Road. I've been there for 47 years. I'll be very short. Wally Dahl has $322,000 in the Bramer Memorial Fund. I have 9% of that also because I've got $29,000 in the Memorial Fund. And the rationale is, and the synergy is, you're planning on a outdoor driving range remodeling, and that is, the old one has existed from about 59 or 60. And the new one will be put together. And I use the word synergy because when I read the Edina Courier, talked about 800,000 or secondly 1.1 million. And the synergy is that we've got $322 in the Edina Community Fund, Memorial Fund, excuse me, the Memorial Fund, and that. And the way I work, money goes to work. Now it's being handled by a 9-member committee, and I'm on that committee called the Bramer Memorial Fund. And I talked to on August 7th at our regular meeting about making money work. Well, they didn't seem to understand that, but it's money doesn't work in a vault. It works when you put it to work. And that's what I'm asking for. For you to consider how we can get that money dedicated to what is the purpose. Because Wally's dream, and I knew him very well, and he was a good friend of mine, and he dedicated that money to improvements at Bramer Golf Course. And it's that simple. So I'm just asking you to consider it and see what steps could be taken, because there's going to be a lot of planning and it probably won't start until 2014. But it gives you a lever, $322,000. But you're going to have to go, and it's all front-end money. And front-end money gives you a lot of advantages.
So, Ray, your notion of how to use your money and put it to work and how to use Wally's is to think about applying it to the construction of a new driving range facility and some course remodeling over on the small course?
Well, see, the point is, I've always, number one, in my charity giving, it's all handled by my broker, Schwab. My name doesn't just appear, but it appeared in the minutes at one of the Edina meetings, and so it became somewhat public. Because I've been blessed with having the opportunity to do these kind of things, but it's what I like to do. And so what I'm asking the council or the park board to negotiate with the Bramer Memorial Fund Committee of 9, and I'm on that committee, and again I said on August the 7th, I sat down with them at the meeting, demonstrating to them what Sir John Templeton and Warren Buffett does with money. And these are very intelligent people.
Mayor, I just want to ask a clarifying question. So do I hear you saying that you'd like to see the Memorial Fund make a strategic investment along with the city into the driving range improvements?
Well, but see, the city is right now, it's in their vault.
Yeah, for a reason.
Yeah, right.
So it couldn't be frittered away on small things, and we would save it, so we would honor the request of the giver.
See, we have a lot of people.
So you and I agree, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. This is going to come to pass. You're going to pass it because our driving ranges, whether it's under the dome and this older one, have always had a good net. It's profitable. Number one, because the location. And that's going to be better because we've got the room, and the city is getting so crowded that golfers know where we are. And they come there to play. It's been see, 96 was the peak in golfing. Now it's on a renaissance, and it's coming back, and it's going up again. And because when you see all those young people out at Braemar at the driving range, it's a wonderful vision. And well, anyhow, I don't want to take any more time. I'm just pleading to you to consider all this, see what options we have, and get it rolling.
Ray, thanks for coming over tonight and sticking around. It's always good to see you, and it's always good to see you doing well at age 92.
See, one of my
I was going to say 62.
Attributes is patience is a virtue.
Good night.
Thanks, Ray.
Good night, thank you.
I see some of our neighbors from Xerxes in the back. I think maybe they have someone who wants to come forward and community comment. And I don't think Mr. Lang was here when Jennifer spoke earlier, so you'll have 3 minutes, and you'll get a yellow light when you get 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to go. And when you're 92, we may give you a little bit more than 3 minutes.
I have permission to approach?
Yes.
You can just give them to one person, we'll pass it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for listening to what I have to say tonight. My name is Michael Lang. I've lived for many, many years on the 6100 block of Xerxes Avenue South in Edina. You know, I'd rather not, because of the nature of the problem and the threats and issues we've had on this street, if that's okay with you for now.
We know your address.
We know. If I may, to the council, I have a question that I'd like to start off with. How many of you among the council are familiar with the stretch of road on Xerxes Avenue between 60th and 62? Okay, good. And how many of you are aware it's a two-lane road, one in each direction? All four, good. In any event, over the past 15 years or so, drivers have increasingly turned to using the stretch as a four-lane highway, along with increasing speeds along this residential street, both becoming a rampant, ever more dangerous de facto condition in recent years. Just as alarming, this dangerous situation and uncontrolled environment for Edina residents along this stretch of road from 60th Street to 62nd has largely been the creation of Hennepin County and their lack of proper road management, and more appalling, their lack of statutory compliance. Over the past year, Edina residents, along with myself, with Jim Hovland's support, and we do appreciate your support, Jim, have attempted to have this situation remedied with the county. And despite our best efforts and clear-headed discussions, Hennepin County has looked increasingly disingenuous and irresponsible in this matter. Shame on Hennepin County. Now, at the mayor's suggestion, representatives of the 16 Edina property owners along this two-block stretch will seek to gain the full support and weight of the Edina City Council and the City of Edina in pursuing this matter further with Hennepin County. In line with this, and to provide a full understanding of the circumstances and issues, we will be requesting individual meetings and on-site tours with each of the council members over the next 3 weeks. as schedules permit. At the end of the day, we're hopeful that each of you will have the opportunity on behalf of these residents to say no to the county's poor behavior and lack of responsibility, quite frankly, and yes to safety, homeowners' rights, motoring civility, be nice to have, and common sense. That's basically all I have to say this evening. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lane.
My name is Scott Chestnut. I also live on the block. For reasons Michael has given, I don't want to give my exact addresses. We have had problems. I'm not sure if all of you are really aware, but there is engineering guidelines to the width, the lane width of the street, and how much there should be for a curb or a gutter. This street doesn't hold more than one lane in each direction. You could actually possibly get a third lane in there, but you can't have four. Currently what's happening is the city of Edina, along with the county, are allowing 2 lanes of traffic on the Edina side. It was nice to hear your discussions tonight about a sidewalk, about how you were worried about the safety. Well, there is no safety on that sidewalk. While you have 2 lanes of traffic, because of the width, you have cars right on that sidewalk. It's not uncommon for a car to drive on that sidewalk. What I'm looking for is immediate action from the city to put in some safety measures to help the pedestrians and the families that live in the area so we don't have those cars running so close to the sidewalk. Whether it's 2 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour, if you have a kid walking on that street right on the sidewalk, there's car mirrors that come over. If that kid's not paying attention, there's a great chance that kid's going to get hit. And we're going to have some serious liability. This is an issue that has been brought to the city engineering department. They are aware of it, and what I'm hoping for is to get the city's backing to correct this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chestnut. And Manager Neal, I think I had a meeting with these residents, and they had a PowerPoint presentation. I think I sent that to you and Mr. Houle, Director Houle. And there are some safety measures proposed in there that, of course, are contingent on the county's cooperation. I did send those on to the county, I think both to the county engineer and to the county commissioner, and they should be reviewing them.
Do we have a schedule for restriping on that?
Well, one of the problems we have over there right now is that they're redoing that Penn Avenue Bridge.
Yes,
and so they got
I'm
all
well aware of
traffic
that.
diversion over there.
Yeah.
And Director Houle could comment on the situation that's temporary in nature over there right now, but it nonetheless has created quite a safety concern amongst the residents.
I think it's
They were concerned
exacerbated a
before,
current safety concern they had before the
Yeah.
increase in traffic.
Yeah, exactly. What the county has scheduled is a mill and overlay from the crosstown to, I believe, the Minnehaha Creek for next summer for 2014. That's the same time that MnDOT will be redecking the bridge, similar to what they're doing on Penn Avenue. We're still, we've asked the state and the county, Minneapolis and Richfield, to study this area to see if there should be some lane shifts that occur on the bridge to accommodate the traffic, and what should be done with the proposed striping plan. We really need to have in my opinion, is that we really need to have a more public engagement process on it. We've met with the neighbors, but we haven't met with the overall public. Meaning that, because we've had tons of calls from people that actually travel the roadway. So, and as we look at other projects where we included people outside of the roadway, to look at what the solutions might be, I think we need to be looking at that on this one also.
Is this roadway similar in width to France, that we went to turn lanes and 1 lane in each direction?
I think it's much narrower.
It's much narrower than that. So, but there could be other potential solutions that would solve the safety issue. the speeds, and I don't think you'll ever get away from the volume, but he could solve the speeds and the safety issue of the pedestrians. And MnDOT nor the county has contacted me for a meeting, so beginning of September, I'd like to get a staff meeting together to go over that and then call for a public meeting after that.
When you say public engagement, you mean like an open house that we do for some road designs, so they can review and comment and take a look at the options?
That's right. It wouldn't be a public engagement like we're doing on 54th, because that's about a 6-month process, real engaged process, but it would be more of a, share the proposed solutions and get feedback on the proposed solutions.
When will MnDOT have their initial plan, or when will this road have its initial plan, so there'll even be something to comment on, though?
That I don't know at this point. I still need to talk with the county. MnDOT does have a plan on the bridge, but what we're from the county's perspective, Minneapolis, we've said we want to relook at the striping arrangement on the bridge, so it's not pushed so far to the west. That is there better ways of relaying out the striping plan?
Can you explain the dynamics when you have different jurisdictions working on one section of the roadway, and what we can and cannot request in that process, or how we go about requesting?
So far, everybody's been real cooperative, in my opinion, as far as working with us. And the way it was 10, 15, 20 years ago is that this was a Hennepin County roadway, and they would do what they wanted to do on it. But they're actually been at the table talking about this. And same with the MnDOT's been at the table, and they want to see a good solution on the bridge also. I think we got their attention, and I think we just have to capitalize on it and try to come out with a win-win solution for both the neighbors and the traveling public.
How will the neighbors know when we're going to be able to have that meeting and the date of it? How will they be notified?
We'll be notifying. We actually have all their emails, and we'll definitely be contacting them. All the meetings that we've held before, we actually sent out mail notices to up to 60th Street on the Edina side.
One thing. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, is MnDOT and Hennepin County referencing their own complete streets policies and the redesign?
Yes, I mean we can. Yeah, I mean that's the one thing that the county has been okay with is they talked about the bump outs, but I believe with the construction and stuff that they for some reason didn't get to putting in even some temporary bump outs with some delineators out there. But they've been given like the Lindale Avenue project that they had, it looks like they're inclined to try to start including some of those items that we've included on our roadways, collector roadways.
All right. So I think what should be clear though tonight is that we've had discussions with the neighbors before and with the county, and there were permanent solutions discussed. And on the Edina side, we did discuss bump outs to create parking bays, to create a one-lane southbound road on the Edina side. So are you changing your mind now about how you want to approach this, or are you just trying to broaden out the input?
Well, I'd like to broaden out the input, and the other thing is that this is on the county's plan as a bikeway, and we haven't had that discussion yet as should we be putting dedicated bike lanes in here. So I think if you're looking at the striping of this, we should look at what's in all of our plans and see if those should be put together, just like the Vernon Avenue restriping that we've talked to the county into putting dedicated bike lanes on it.
Have you changed your mind about the bump out strategy?
No, I think the bump outs on any roadway is important, as far as collectors and such, to minimize the distance for pedestrians across and such, and it really kind of puts that friction factor on a corridor so people will slow down.
All right, good. Because I think one possible interpretation of what you just said would be that what had been decided before was off the table, and now we're going to open it up more and look at the whole thing again. And I think the bump outs were a good idea. Member Bennett?
Just to ask, with the different things that are being considered, are we on a timeline? Is the city on a timeline with the county where whatever gets done next year? So just for instance, knowing when there would be some implementation of some of the things that have been discussed. Are we looking at summer 2014? Is that?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. My goal is to have this all a solution created by probably end of November, December, somewhere in there, so that everybody knows what they're going to be doing going into 2014, including MnDOT, because MnDOT actually has bid out the bridge itself, and so it'd be a change order on the actual striping of the bridge and the loop detectors for the traffic signals and such.
In the meantime, are there addresses available for current conditions that provide some relief? I know that there have been some things that have been attempted in terms of some delineation of parking, no parking. Is there more that can be done on the city's part pending a more engineered solution in 2014?
I'm not sure, but we can look at it and see if there is. I know we've asked, or the county's asked MnDOT to keep an eye on the traffic signal timing to make sure that they're accommodating the excess traffic from the Penn Avenue spillover. As far as the parking bays go, and with the traffic barriers that are in there, there's, they've moved those around a little bit to help accommodate to get the traffic through. But,
and has this been a subject of spot enforcement? Are we also working with Traffic Safety Committee and police departments so that might be one of the tools that can also be used?
As much as we can in that area. I don't believe obviously during the rush, the peak, AM peak and the PM peak, you don't have a speed issue. But in the off-peak times, you possibly do in those areas.
I don't think
You
there's
might not
any.
have a speed issue, but you
there's-
might have a movement issue or a stop sign run issue.
Right, yeah.
No, I don't think there's any enforcement going on over there because it's too dangerous. But the neighbors have proposed some interim safety measures that I think are reasonable that are in that PowerPoint, and maybe you could send that to the rest of the council members too. For instance, at least getting people, if we're going to have 2 lanes southbound where there should only be one, then we ought to have speed limiters in place, and there ought to be other kinds of warning signs, and there are other safety measures that they propose that are very reasonable, I think, in their approach, and those have been sent on to the county since it's a county road, so we just need to continue to work with the county and try to get some of those interim measures in place. So, okay, thanks for coming this evening. Anyone else for community comment? All right, let's move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is the reports and recommendations portion. The first matter there is living streets policy, potential approval of a living streets policy. And Karen Kurt has this matter. And I see the chair of the Transportation Commission, Paul Nelson, is here as well. Paul, thanks for coming this evening.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Council members. The last discussion was a good segue into this topic. We're here tonight to give a little overview before we talk about the Living Streets policy. And both the policy and the overview that we're doing tonight has been kind of a partnership between staff and a committee of the Edina Transportation Commission. And Paul was a committee member, as well as Jennifer Janavy and Michael Thompson. I'm not normally the staff person that stands up and talks about streets, but I jumped in to help out prior to us hiring a transportation planner. But moving forward, Mark Nolan will be the key staff contact. So just a little bit about the situation today with respect to our streets and what some of the challenges are. And of course, anything that's a challenge may also be a future opportunity. The city's responsible for 487 lane miles of roadway with over 27 million square feet of pavement. When we look at the cost to maintain a square foot of pavement, it's between $5 and $9 per year, which includes the cost to reconstruct. And over the next decade, we're likely to replace 120 lane miles. When we look at the period between 2009 and 2012, we received an average of 96 resident requests each year to look at traffic safety issues, and most of those concerns were related to bicycle and pedestrian safety. In our 2013 Quality of Life Survey, which is our most recent survey, we saw that 40% of respondents identified speeding as a very serious or somewhat serious problem. 33% of respondents identified stop sign violations as a very serious or somewhat serious problem, and those numbers were up from what our responses were in 2010. As of our last census in 2010, Edina had the largest percentage of residents over the age of 65, 21% in the metro area, while at the same time had a growing population of school-aged children. And we know that these are two groups that are likely to feel vulnerable on traditionally designed streets. Stormwater runoff from paved surfaces is also a concern and contributes to pollution in our local waters, and you can see some of the stressors on our local water bodies. It also requires a lot of storm sewer system, and metro-wide, those costs are going up due to increased regulations at the state and federal level. And these regulations are going to require us to think about our streets differently and to do business differently in the future. And then lastly, our streets are generally subject to a lot of regulations at the local, state, and federal level, and a lot of oversight from different agencies. And without a guiding policy, it can be difficult for us to really address these requirements in a coordinated and thoughtful manner. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul to talk about moving forward.
Thanks, Karen. Yes, and moving forward, we're looking at what really are living streets and what are we looking to do here in the city. Really what I think we're looking to do is to better utilize the public right away to enhance and promote safety and convenience of our streets, enhance community identity, again, create economic vitality, improve the environmental sustainability, and provide opportunities for living healthier lives. Our vision for this, we've been working on the vision here this last several months, and I'll go through that timeline in just a few minutes, but looking to get utilized transportation in various modes. It's not just automobiles, it's not just bicycles or walking, but it's all those, and buses and getting public transportation in there as well. We're hoping that with this vision that families will be able to choose walking or biking instead of driving at times. And also that the streets enhance the neighborhood character and community identity. And with that, I think also what we talked about a little bit here tonight in some of the earlier comments were increasing the property values of the properties in our city. So we really want to make it an exciting place to be, live, and remain active. Here, this picture here shows a little bit of some neighborhood dining areas that we have throughout the city. And we want to promote sustainability through balanced infrastructure investments. So as I mentioned at the start, environmental stewardship and reduced energy consumption are also one of the things we're looking at, both within the public and private sectors. And hoping that our streets will support vibrant commerce and add to the value, again, of the adjacent land uses and properties. Here's just a few examples of some of the living streets components that we're talking about. This is actually on 70th Street that was redone a couple of years back now. You see the tree canopy, some of the traffic circles, these are actually roundabouts that create traffic calming, some enhanced landscaping, and sidewalks and boulevards on this particular one. Also, you'll note the pedestrian lighting to make it safe and easy for people to walk in the evening hours. Here again are some other elements of living streets, the enhanced pedestrian crossing markings there. We've done some different things around the schools in Edina and actually added some color to that. Here you see the sidewalk. In this particular image, there's a small buffer there, it looks like, but and then some landscaping on the side, a trail on the left side of this, and some also street furniture included as well. And this is on the newly completed Tracy Avenue, I believe. Is that correct? Yeah. Where you see the bump outs that we're talking about here recently, smaller lane widths or reduced lane widths, some parking bays, but again, not the full length of the roadway. Some rain gardens placed in there, and the accessible sidewalks. I know I left out the bike lanes. I didn't mean to, but bike lanes as well on that road. So the policy, the Living Streets policy will really apply to all road reconstruction projects as they come due within the city. Also, we're looking to incorporate this for all the privately built streets, sidewalks, paths, and trails, and park paths and trails that connect to the right-of-way. We want to have the right-of-way and the sidewalks and bike trails along the right-of-way, but we also need to make sure we connect to those right-of-ways. So this, again, this is the framework we've put together so far. We've worked on the goals and visions, and that's our policy that we're asking you to approve tonight. That's kind of the what. The Living Streets plan is how we're going to get to those various those things done with the street and get the policy moving forward. And that's more of the how, and we're just getting underway on that right now, and we're going to be looking for lots of public involvement there as we go forward. And then we're looking at all the other documents that apply to this, and really this is really broad across the whole city. All the policies and things throughout the city are going to really come back to all the transportation related policies will come back to this, our bicycle plan, and now we call it active routes to school, sidewalk priority plan, and the CIP plan as well. So this is just a general timeline. Shows you we started back in 2011, May of 2011. The council passed a resolution, and going through to tonight when we're looking for approval from the city council. Again, I said we just started on the Living Streets plan. Just talking about some of the components of that, and here are some of those. The street design guidelines, sidewalks and pedestrian crossings, bicycle facilities, traffic calming, all these things you can read down the list. There's a lot of parts to this plan, and it covers a lot of the different policies throughout the city. Again, going forward, we're just looking, we've just recently formed the advisory group. I'm on that as well as Mark Nolan. And we're looking to review the drafts, the staff drafts by each of those topics I just mentioned on the previous page, and then we'll go down and develop and implement a engagement process to get all the residents involved and get them on board with the process we're going through here. And then looking for sometime in 2014 to adopt the plan and get moving forward with implementation. Some additional steps, again, reviewing and updating all the components of the policy, the ordinances, standards, and policies, building and zoning codes, maintenance policies, and enforcement policies and practices. Just want to open it up for discussion, and thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Chair Nelson?
Yes, I have a
Member
question.
Bennett.
Chair Nelson, can you please tell me on that advisory group that's going to be working on the plan, where have you drawn the members, from what different boards or commissions or parts of staff have you drawn the members?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. We did go around this last few months and presented the policy to all the boards and commissions through the city, and we asked for volunteers from each of those boards and commissions. We also presented it at a workshop with the council here a few weeks ago, and also asked for people from the county. We've also got some people, I think, from the community. I'm not sure who is on that committee right now. Do you have the list? Or is it on the next slide?
For the initial group, we requested volunteers from most of our boards and commissions, I think all of them with the exception of the Heritage Preservation Board. And once we gather that group together, we'll talk more about the resident engagement and how we might engage residents throughout the process or at different points.
Member Swenson.
The only one that I actually found lacking in its task force, which might be why you didn't do it, is specifically someone from the bike task force, since we mentioned biking as one of the important considerations in a living street. Then I have a question on the top of page 3. It says a project involves only ordinary maintenance activities designed to keep assets in serviceable condition, mowing, cleaning, sweeping, spot repair. Does that also include resurfacing? Because we don't usually do a new plan necessarily for road or for resurfacing, or would you like to keep, Wayne, resurfacing out of that?
I can say that I think we left resurfacing out because it might be an opportunity to think about how it's the pavement is striped.
Okay, but by keeping it out doesn't mean that if we're resurfacing we have to change it, because sometimes we don't have the ability to, depending on how the road's constructed.
No, I think it's just intended to be that this is a time when you would reflect on the policy and whether or not you want to consider making adjustments.
That's fine. And then on that page on the last sentence, be mindful of existing land uses and neighborhood character. We get back into this neighborhood character thing, which almost becomes an artistic thing, which I think is kind of difficult because everyone has a different definition of neighborhood character, which you probably heard on the discussion we had just on subdividing a lot tonight. So I'm not sure that to me is be mindful of existing land uses might be okay, but neighborhood character is sort of in the eye of the beholder.
I think we wanted to make it remain somewhat flexible, which I hear you saying you may not want to have that included, but I think that was part of it, was to keep the plan somewhat flexible based on the neighborhood character and how.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. It's just that what you think is character and what I think are characters sometimes aren't the same things.
Member Brindle.
Thank you. Of late, I have been listening to some webinars on urban planning and how streets interact with what's on them, whether it's homes or businesses or a combination, and how those businesses and homes interact with what's on the street. And one theme that seems to be common is the importance of an active streetscape in crime prevention and the feeling of safety. So in looking at this vision, I'd like to see that as one of the objectives of us as a city, is that our city is active on the street, enjoying the safety and the feeling of being safe because we're there, and the crime prevention aspect of it. There are a variety of webinars and a variety of speakers, and that is just a common thread that is going through them from a health standpoint as well as a community safety standpoint. So I think that would be a really important point to add to this.
Perhaps I could suggest on the fourth bullet that we say streets are safe, inviting places that encourage human interaction and physical activity.
Sure. Yeah, I think so. I mean, where we are with this right now is a long time coming, and this represents an enormous amount of work, of creativity, of commitment, and I think I might have mentioned this to you maybe at a Rotary meeting, Paul, just hearing from some of the other boards and commissions of their reaction when the Transportation Commission came and said, here's what we're working on with regard to living streets. And the reaction is, oh my goodness, look at the amount of work. and just very proud of it. And it actually, I think, energizes them a little bit to find out what part of this is important to that particular commission. So I think this is thank you, and look forward to seeing this come to reality. I just have nothing to add at this point. I just think it ought to move right on.
Well, thank you. And on the safety piece, I think I may have glossed over a little bit on the placemaking part of this, but I think the
Sure.
benches and things that were shown in one of those exhibits, I think that's a very important thing that's maybe not drawn out very much, but getting neighbors out and walking the streets and walking their neighborhoods and having a place to join and sit in a maybe a pocket park, they call them, or just a bench area and sit and be seen by people, and that would help with the security piece that you mentioned. So,
Yeah, one thing that we've done a very good job of is identifying blight areas and handling them. There are communities around the country, there are communities around the Twin Cities that have blight areas that are high crime areas. And that's because people aren't there. People don't want to be there. And the only people who are there are those that are making trouble. And so that it really points to the fact that if we take care of those areas, make them active, it just makes for a safer place for us all to be. But anyway, I won't belabor the point. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well
done.
Yeah, I just want to commend you on the work, and for me, starting on the ETC, starting on a transportation issue as a resident, this is a culmination of a lot of hard work and effort and refocusing, and a great partnership between commissioners, the council, staff. I mean, it's just an incredible effort and a huge step forward. It's kind of like when we look at the development of green step cities and started to march down that road with a real firm policy in place that can set some new benchmarks and really impact outcomes. So I'm excited for this, and I would be happy to move it with the change that we mentioned, adding safe to the bullet before inviting.
And as the other ETC member on the council, I'll second it, or former ETC member.
I was hoping you'd second that.
And with the encouragement of maybe including someone from Bike Task Force?
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yes,
Yes.
and will you accept that amendment? I will. Okay.
All right. We got a motion and a second with respect to approving or adopting the Living Streets policy. Further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Job
Very
well
much.
done. Excuse me. All right, next matter on the agenda is sketch plan review. I think we've got Dave Anderson back here from Frauenschuh. And Ms. Ocker, you're going to introduce the matter?
Mr. Mayor and City Council, this is a sketch plan review for 5801 Edina Industrial Boulevard as highlighted. The City Council is asked to consider a sketch plan proposal to redevelop 5801 Edina Industrial Boulevard from office use to retail. Currently, the property contains a real estate office, a hair loss treatment center, a telecommunications switching site, and a small vacancy formerly occupied by a builder office showroom. The applicant, Frauenschuh Commercial Real Estate Group, would like to propose a remodel of the existing building with neighborhood retail services. So this will not be a tear-down, rebuild situation. It's a repurpose of the building, but would require a rezoning. Here's the building as a corner lot along Edina Industrial Boulevard. It is just north of some commercial properties that you may be familiar with. There's Burger King, there's a gas station, and then a small strip center as well. This would also require a comprehensive guide plan amendment from office neighborhood commercial to neighborhood commercial. because currently it is guided as office use. Here's the building as it looks today. It would be repurposed, new signage, new exterior finishes. And it is guided currently for office use, and it is zoned for office use. And as you can see to the south, there's commercial properties, and then to the west you have industrial uses. The property is located just west of Highway 100. It's located across the street from those retail uses, as I indicated previously. They would like to rezone it to PCD2, Planned Commercial District. The property is located with an area that the city has designated as a potential area of change within the 2008 Comprehensive Plan. The Comprehensive Plan states that within the potential areas of change, a development proposal that involves a comprehensive plan amendment or rezoning will require a small area plan, but that would be at the discretion of the City Council. The building complies with the POD1 zoning district standards with the exception of parking. This is what they would be proposing for a change in the configuration of the parking and drive aisle. They would have a drive-through along the west side of the property with all the other existing parking remaining. The building does comply with POD1 zoning district standards and would also comply with the PCD2 with the exception of the parking requirements. 13 stalls for general retail would be short parked for the requirement, and that would not be including any restaurant seating. If there's restaurant seating, then there would be additional parking that would be required. Currently, there is an inconsistency with regard to the comprehensive plan. So if there is a consideration to change the comp plan to allow for the commercial use of the existing site that's being proposed, we would also, staff would recommend that you would consider the properties to the south, because they are all guided, all of the commercial properties are guided industrial, actually. So that would correct the guide plan to be consistent with the current zoning for the commercial properties that are to the south. Staff did identify additional issues that were highlighted in your report. The drive-through in the front of the building should be considered to be moved to the back of the building. There should be an elimination of the existing western access to Edina Industrial Boulevard. The access is currently too close to the intersection. There is concern over the lack of parking space for conversion to a retail spaces. The shortage would further increase, again, if there's a restaurant use put in there. Regarding circulation, if a drive-through is moved to the back, there may not be adequate area for a two-way circulation, so it would be difficult to implement a drive-through towards the back of the building. And office land uses are to the north and directly west of the site, so this would be just the only commercial retail building that would be north of Edina Industrial Boulevard. A traffic and parking study would be needed to be completed to determine impacts on adjacent roadways and if there would be adequate parking provided. This was in front of the Planning Commission at their last meeting, and some of the comments that they shared included that the Planning Commission felt that extending the PCD zoning designation to this site would make sense. That pedestrian and vehicle safety is utmost importance. There aren't very many sidewalks. It's not easy for a pedestrian to move around in the area, and that adequate stacking space should be provided for any proposed drive-through. They also commented that the applicant needs to pay attention to aesthetics such as lighting, landscaping, outdoor seating to create a more attractive place to visit. And they expressed their concerns regarding parking requirements and corresponding uses given the retail change. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Ms. Ocker? Member Brindle.
What is the anticipated drive-through use? Do we have any idea?
I think that's best answered by the applicant.
Okay, thank you. And then From what I can see on, it's labeled A8, it looks to be a sidewalk. Looks like it's a sidewalk along Edina Industrial Boulevard and Metro Boulevard. Is there a sidewalk now, or is that new? Would that be new? I think it's new.
It's
new.
It's new,
Okay.
because there isn't a lot of access, sidewalk access
Okay.
nearby or on that side.
There are more and more people walking in this area, coming across the bridge from where they live in apartments and going to the Hindu temple. There is increased pedestrian activity with that temple there, so that sidewalk will be important. All right, thanks. I'll wait to hear from the proponent.
Member Sprague.
Thank you. Back to the sidewalk diagram, does that sidewalk cross over into the next parcel? Because there's one more parcel between the sidewalk connection and this parcel. So are they proposing to add sidewalk extension across into the next parcel?
They're just proposing sidewalk on their
up
site.
to the property line.
Right.
Well, I'm thinking about 6500 France, and they do one across
They
Cornelia
at least
Place.
did it to the driveway. They went an extra 10 feet, I think.
Yeah, so it's not unheard of to go slightly further, because I drove by the site today and kind of looked over the pedestrian circulation, and it's a lot of places where you get stuck, but you come over the bridge, you cross over, and then you'd have to get across that first parcel, especially in winter conditions, to get
on stilts.
on stilts.
Well,
yeah.
Even if you were encouraging the people on stilts to walk to this place, if there was something that they wanted.
Yeah. So the further we can get into that connection, the better. What for the PCD2 changing over? What are the parking requirements? I know that will vary somewhat based on the
Right.
use.
Generally, it's 1 to 200 or 5 per thousand, and then depending upon if there's restaurant seating, you have to provide additional parking. And so the concern is, right now, they're short parked. And to add then, if there's going to be any sort of seating whatsoever, you'll be even more short parked.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions for Ms. Ocker? Member Bennett?
Is there any cross parking available? I know that's one of the ways that the temple addressed its parking concerns, is that they actually formed cross parking arrangements with the office uses. Now, if you've got retail operating at the same time as office, then you don't have that capability.
We don't generally see that.
Okay.
That another property owner would be willing to allow parking. I know usually it's the opposite. They're trying to dissuade people from parking on their property to access a retail use.
And the drive-through, what does the drive-through do to the parking numbers?
Actually, the drive-through is in an area where there currently isn't parking.
Because it's green space right now.
Right, it's just reducing green space, so.
Okay. And do we have any requirement about the green space, the perviousness? I know we don't have code for residential building that requires a certain amount of pervious surface. Do we have those guidelines for commercial developments?
Not specifically as such, but it's all based on the setback that's required for the parking around the perimeter of the site and around the perimeter of the building. So that's where you get the spacing.
Question on how much do you need to be able to pull out of a parking space for the drive aisle? So if you have perpendicular parking along the back and you want to pull in or back out of that spot to leave or come, what width do you need to do that?
If it's two-way, it's 24 feet. If it's just one way, I think it's, Wayne, help me out here. Pardon me? 18?
If it's one way, it's 18 feet.
18 feet,
Yep.
right.
So
it would be 18 feet for one way. If there were two, if it were loaded, if it was double loaded, it would be 24 feet.
Okay, and if you were running if you were to allow for a drive-through, but you had them stack in the back, what is the width of a stacking space? Since you have 24 feet to get to the from the back of the building to the parked car, and you need 18 of that for that car to back out. That leaves you with 6 feet. Do you need more than 6 feet of width from the building to the outside of a car if you're stacked?
Yes, you generally need more space than that. And that's was staff concern, is that if you're going to try to move the driveway towards the back, there just isn't going to be enough room for that existing parking and then maneuvering with the drive-through.
And currently we have a Starbucks being built that is a drive-through in Centennial Lakes. It seemed to me that we needed a minimum, was it a 12 stack car spaces for stacking because we made them reconfigure their entrance into that to extend the stacking. I don't remember if it was 12 or 15, but it was one of those.
It was 12.
Was it 12?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions for you. I'll wait to hear from the proponent.
All right, thank you. Mr. Anderson, you want to come forward and tell us what you have in mind here and what you're looking for guidance on? Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. David Anderson, 7101 West 78th Street. Some of the comments here this evening, really, we're not bringing a specific site plan concept tonight. What we're talking about is the context of land use in the area. And as we've thought about this area and the mix of land uses, we're really thinking about sort of re-energizing this corner, bringing it back to life, because those of you who did drive by, you see it needs that energy. It currently now lacks. But there are some objectives with the redevelopment concept, or the repositioning concept, and one of which you mentioned is to bring those sidewalks, to bring pedestrians across to this intersection or to our site, and then bring them south from one corporate center and many of the office developments to the north. We'd love to have Public Works walking down and having lunch in one of our tenants' space, or those office tenants. And you do see folks standing at this intersection really with no place to queue. I mean, there's pedestrians standing in the street. I've seen that happen. So we'd really like to make that a prominent, recognizable pedestrian point for the site, and get people from the south to the north to access our site. Generally speaking, we understand that the parking issue is a consideration here and something we're going to have to work into our site plan. So there's various ways to do that. One, we think that a lot of the users and some of the tenants that would come into this property may be folks that are serving folks that are coming by pedestrian means. So that would reduce our parking demand, to a certain degree. The drive-through on the site, we also think, creates a certain kind of flow and economic activity that wouldn't rely on parking spaces per se. The other strategy may be that we reduce the overall square footage of the site, leasable square footage. We haven't taken this, again, to a specific site plan, but we could remove some square footage from the building. As you see here, this property was developed in a couple of different generations. This is an original structure, and this was an addition. And a potential concept would be to look at, some repositioning of this and the square footage there to reduce building square footage, to allow some kind of exterior element, plaza, and then to perhaps allow that drive-through to function a bit better as well. So again, these are some of the concepts that apply to how we've looked at the site thus far. I think the site parks presently about 4 per 1,000, roughly speaking. The points you mentioned on stacking, we're aware of those. In fact, we've had our site plan consultant look at those kinds of issues, and we would intend to respond to the city code in that regard, or come back to you and talk to you about the kinds of users and what kind of stacking. It could be a coffee shop drive-through user. It could be a deli type user, some other kind of food retail that wouldn't occupy a lot of square footage, but they'd have both drive-through and indoor seating, perhaps some outdoor seating. We really like the idea of activating the street Some of the architecture and refinements we've envisioned for the site would be the use of canopy, the use of color, the use of some vertical stonework, site lighting, building lighting, landscape treatments that certainly need to be upgraded and would be, and creating that environment, again, that works both for pedestrian visitors, vehicles, and a good flow to the site. And it was mentioned here, obviously, there's points of access. Right now, there's 2 points of access off of Industrial Boulevard, an east and a west, and then access to the west portion of the site. How those function in the ultimate layout and use would be determined at this point in time. Right now, the site concept would keep those access points, but we'd study traffic patterns and the tenant mix and determine if the site could function with those repositioned or any of those potentially eliminated. So that brings us really to the point we're at today, is to want to introduce a concept. We've talked to the Planning Commission. I think the staff's done a nice job in guiding the discussion about the context and what would have to take place here. We think it is contiguous and integral to the other commercial neighborhood properties to the south, and we just look forward to continued dialogue with the staff and bringing something more specific as we move forward. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Hello. I live in Indian Hills. I drive by this all the time. Coming off of Highway 100, go on to Edina Industrial over in Metro Boulevard and up 74th by Public Works. So it is my way home. And this industrial area needs a facelift. I mean, there are wonderful property owners in here, and I think the greatest asset that we have in this area is that many of them value gardening, and they bring their landscaping out to the street. It doesn't help the fact that the building is just a flat building without a lot of character to it. So if you can introduce some character on this corner, as you say, with color, and bring some of that landscaping out, bring the active area of the building out, and engage, just make it more active, that'd be wonderful. And some way, I don't know how, safely to get people across to Eddington's, to Subway, to some of the things that are across Edina Industrial Boulevard. I don't know if there's a walk light there. I have not stood there and waited for a walk light there. But that would be something to talk to. Is that a city street?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then it's ours to do. So that would be something to, I think, include here, is to make sure that stoplight at that corner does allow walking in all directions, so that we can get people over to Caribou, we can get people back to this area, but engage them all from the curb to the building and make it active. But I'm looking forward to something that looks very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got a question for the
Sure.
staff or
Well,
after you're done.
looking at the document, the staff report, the question is raised, or the issue is a small area plan required? I don't think that one is. I don't think that the contemplated use is so much different. And I think it's complementary to the area. So that's my thought on that. I think that Plan Commercial 2 makes sense. Looking at the comprehensive plan, what it says about neighborhood commercial, the areas it gives as examples are 44th and France, Valley View and Wooddale, and 70th and Cahill, and I don't know if that fits either. That seems to be sort of smaller than I think what you're contemplating, which is something that would serve a bigger employment center, for instance. So I think that there's a change, but I'm not sure that that's the thing that we should be looking at a change to. I don't know if mixed-use center is a better I'll pass that question along, but again, I don't think with what we've designated neighborhood commercial in the comprehensive plan that that category necessarily fits. I really like the idea of improving the connectivity, certainly improving the aesthetics, and as Member Swenson has already pointed out, that is somewhat in the eye of the beholder. But we are looking more also at public art, and you heard the discussion about living streets, things like benches if there's transit in the area. I noticed there's some trees now, it looks like you're contemplating some loss of where they are, but there are trees that also grow in smaller spaces. So landscaping is very important. Some kind of buffer, a sidewalk that has, I think you're showing a little bit of buffer from the street. You're not showing it right up against the back of the curb. I think you might have also heard that discussion this evening. That's really important for people's level of comfort, and also in this climate for the snow to go somewhere in the winter and people not to be right up against the roadway. So I would encourage you to keep that part of your design, whatever your design becomes. I will say that initially when I saw the photographs, I thought, oh my heavens, it's all pavement. And then when I'm looking more closely or looking at the overhead, I can see that the amount of green space that is there today is somewhat deceptive. So one of your challenges is going to be to keep it looking that green while you improve your use of the site and do what you want to do with the site. It's just that right now with that photograph in the corner, it looks like it's this wonderful look, urban meadow, sure. Which when you see the aerial, obviously it isn't. It's a smaller patch.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Member Brindle.
One more thing, and I did just turn to A4, and there is a crosswalk that goes from this corner of this building across to the parking lot where the Subway and the Caribou and Eddington's are. So there is a crosswalk there. So that answers that question. Is there bus service along here? I don't know if there's a bus here.
There's a bus stop across the street.
Is there a bus stop?
There's
Okay.
a bench if you look at it on Google Earth.
I think there's there's a bus waiting spot on the interior street as well.
Okay, great.
All right, Member Swenson, go ahead.
I like the use. I love the boulevard sidewalks. I would like the corner squared off, actually, Wayne. It's a rounded corner to allow people to do that kind of zip around the corner too fast or don't come to a complete stop. And if we're going to be safer for pedestrians, I would like that corner to be safer. I know that a traffic study will have to be done if we change its use, etc. It does need to be adequately parked. I do like the fact that you're encouraging people to walk from other places, so as far as we can connect a sidewalk to another building, even if you have to go 10 feet maybe to a driveway to the building on stilts, at least that helps people. I know that during great weather, it's easy to cross across grass, but the minute we get inclement weather, I've worked in this area before in some of the bigger office buildings north of this. It didn't make even walking across to the post office doable, and they were next door to my building. So I think it's great for its use. I'm probably not going to be one of your most enthusiastic drive-through. We don't have a lot of rules on drive-throughs because we don't like them. I'll be truthful about that. We've turned down a number. We hardly ever put them in. They don't usually work very well for us. So I'm not a drive-through proponent.
Member Sprague, any further comments?
Yeah, I concur with my colleagues on the creating that pedestrian environment in front, and a buffered sidewalk is going to be key for that location. I myself don't see the drive-through option working out, and it's kind of ironic when you create a pedestrian environment and then you add stacked cars and add that whole flow issue into a site. They almost conflict with one another, and it has to be a very special location to do that. We did approve the Starbucks, but there's some differences in that site and a little more breathing room than you have on this site. So I think the retail use is good. Obviously, that's going to serve the area well. It's a very car-centric part of town, and so it would be important to me to ensure that it's not underparked and again, to not encourage. I just don't see the drive option being a benefit in that particular area. I'd much rather see, convenience parking, retail, a connection for pedestrians to walk in, and then circulation around the site for pedestrians.
Good. Thanks. Member Swenson, did you have some? Okay.
Yeah, it's just turning
We're turning it off. For me, I think Member Brindle said it well. She drives through there all the time. I drive through there quite a bit, and it's invisible right now. That building needs a little bit of a look at me, a little swagger, a little attitude, and I hear you talking about that in the sense of giving it some life and some energy, and that's very, very important. So I think my colleagues have covered well the other issues. I concur with Member Bennett on the small area plan. I don't think it requires us to look at a small area plan. I don't think there's anything inherent in PCD2 that gives you the right to have a drive-through. You still have to, come to us with a site plan that would accommodate that, or we'd get the chance to decide that. Is that correct? Yes. All right. I don't want to make a zoning change that creates an inherent ability to do something that we have some reservations about from a concept standpoint. So. And then to the zoning, I think Member Bennett made a good point there too about make sure you review the zoning options carefully so that you end up with the right kind of mix that you want to see us. Because if we're going to address this issue, I ought to make sure that we hit all the targets here, all the potential uses. So just take a look at that carefully. I know you have already, but just double check it, make sure it accommodates what you want to do. Otherwise, I'm encouraged by the fact that you're working on purchasing it, and it will be nice to see what you come up with. So,
Mayor, thank you. These comments are, exactly what we wanted to do is have this kind of dialogue. It'll help us improve the effort. We're excited about it. We think it's an important corner in the city as you think about these kinds of locations. We think we can, bring life and add to some of those benefits that we think are important to the public, important to the businesses that would occupy the property, and we'll be working to a more specific plan as we move forward. So we're ready to do that, and you'll be hearing more specifics on this soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll see you when you're ready.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience this evening. Resolution 2013-67, accepting various donations.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. We've got some donations to the Edina Arts Center this time. Some of them for Jim Van Valkenburg, the memorial for him, and also a nice gift from Mike Kelly and Michelle Herring, his daughter, for the juried show in honor of Peggy Kelly. So that was nice as well. All the donors' names will be on the website. Next, back to the consent agenda. Member Bennett, the minutes have been recrafted with the changes made. Do they meet your expectations now? And if so, would you move them, please?
I see.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
What you added were comments specific to what you were saying, but with all the rest of that discussion on that topic, it was just generalized comments that were made. So why are we adding your specific comments and nobody else's specific comments? I'm a little confused.
Sure. It's my understanding that all of us get a packet and that we are encouraged to read the materials and make comments before meetings. And I normally read the minutes really carefully and proofread them. And if there's something of particular note, I usually do try to call it out. I know that the mayor has done that as well. I think Member Sprague has done that as well. And so it's my understanding that any one of us can do that. And that was, in this instance, I listened to the entire discussion. There were some things that were in the minutes that actually had not been, that were not part of the discussion on the tape, and those I requested be deleted. And there were some things that I thought were important specifics that I asked to have included. So that is where that came from.
Okay. I mean, I agreed with all your changes and your cross-outs, and I thought you did a very nice job. But I think it's confusing when we all have if we all have to have a responsibility to add what we think that we brought forward that's important, because we're going to have minutes again that are, okay, Miriam, are you okay with what I'm saying, or are you not okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean,
so that's my only. I
it's
know
not
you
meant
were
to be a transcript.
and I know you had some points you wanted brought forward, but we just haven't done that to date. And if we're going to get in the habit of all having to add our own thoughts back in, I think we're going to have a problem. Yeah, you have a finger up in the air, Manager Neal.
I think you were just getting to the point that it would probably be good for the council to have a discussion about what your protocol is going to be about minutes, and to what level minutes are going to be taken. Are they going to be taken to the transcript level? Are they going to be summarized? I mean, we've had some discussions about that, about boards and commissions.
These are not intended to be the official record of what occurred that evening.
Well,
It's
actually,
sounding
by
like
law,
you may need to have it again.
well, by law, they are the official record. I mean, we have a video record that, of course, is more complete, but by law, even though we have video technology, in Minnesota, written minutes remain the law. It's my understanding that all the law requires is the name of who made a motion, the name of who seconded it, and what the vote was. And that's certainly, we have had discussions in the past. I'm happy to have that discussion again. I'm also happy to continue to be, I think, probably the person who tries to be the most careful proofreader.
You are a very good proofreader. I know, I give you tons of credit for your proofreading, and I appreciate it a lot. In this particular case, I'm uncomfortable because now it becomes then this thing where we all need to add in what we said, and I don't think that's appropriate.
I want to comment on this because I've been watching and looking at the minutes for a while now, and the pattern emerging is it's becoming editorializing of a certain point of view as opposed to trying to capture the general tenor of the discussion. So when I look at what changes, it's very specific names and what was said. So it's editorializing a point of view. That's just the general conversation. So I agree with Manager Neal. We've had discussions about scope of minutes, and we just need to have it again so that we're all clear on what's expected. And I look over the minutes as well, but there needs to be some protocol about what's put into them. And this is an example on page 9, the changes that were made. There were other things said in that discussion. I'm seeing one side of the discussion reflected in the minutes. So I don't even know how to approve this paragraph. I can't approve this paragraph because of the point I just made. What I could do for tonight, I know we're going to have the discussion, is I could approve the original amended minutes that didn't come back with this added paragraph. And then we can move on to the protocol discussion at some future work session.
Well, first of all, I think consistency is important, and we've had that discussion in the past. And we've actually never been completely consistent, because there are some things that are reported in great detail, and there are some things that are not reported in detail. And so in some instances, for instance, with respect to the specific paragraph, Member Sprague, the topics are all listed. What was said about the topics wasn't stated. And so that is what was added, is like the second half of each phrase.
You added what you said about that topic, but there's another counterpoint on each of those points of view. For instance, the per skater fees. We talked about whether that was even a viable agreement in the first place. Was there even an agreement? That's another point of the conversation. And there's many different examples of where you have one point of view and another council member has another point of view. And if we have to get into editorializing our own personal views, that's a level of detail I don't think we want to get in the habit of doing. It also doesn't fairly reflect the full tenor of the discussion. And to me, that's the standard for minutes. We just want the general tenor of the discussion. Sometimes to have the general tenor of the discussion, you have to include the minority point of view. And I agree with that too. However, in this case, that's not what I see. What I see is one part of the conversation and one point of view about the discussion topic that was had.
Well, and actually, again, to your specific, it states there was discussion of the $20 per skater fee agreed to by the Figure Skating Club and EHA to help fund construction of the Hornets' Nest locker rooms. Now, that doesn't go to the legal validity of the agreement or whether or not it's enforceable, but there was acknowledgement by everybody at this dais in that discussion that parties thought they had agreed to it and in fact had paid it for last year.
And then it says she asked about the 2012 net operating deficit and stated she valued the contribution of BLCF's off-season ice rental to the financial well-being of the arena.
Actually, that is all true, but if you want the second half of that sentence struck, I'd be happy with that.
All I'm saying is if we want to get into specifics about each of our points of view, it's not represented here. If you watch the tape, there's 5 very different points of view, and I don't think we want to get into that morass. I think we're better off to capture the general tenet of the discussion. This same point came up when we were talking about people testifying, and we went away from saying what they were saying in their public hearing comment. We just said so and so testified. We made it a little more generic because we didn't want to misrepresent what was stated by the person coming up. We didn't want to paraphrase. Same thing when it comes down to our individual points of view.
Seems like in that paragraph you're alluding to, Member Sprague, if we struck the language from the words Member Bennett through ice hours at the end of the paragraph, that would satisfy your concerns for this evening, and then have this other discussion. Because I think Member Bennett was making a point there that there was a discussion of the $20 per skater fee. There's no conclusion reached there or any editorializing. It's just a statement that there was discussion about that.
There was discussion on other things that are mentioned there too, though, guys.
You could take this as far as you want to.
Yeah.
That's
your notion is to just strike the whole paragraph.
Well, my notion is that I'm fine with what was in the consent agenda earlier.
Right. Until we can get together on what our protocol is going to be and what level of detail we want, and I think it's better. We're better off to take the consent agenda changes.
All right, so is there a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of the Edina City Council held August 5th, 2013 as prepared and submitted as part of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay, and I'm voting against this not because I do disagree that it's about advocacy. It is about what was stated, and I was content to have something that was opinion struck. Everything else in this paragraph was facts that were put into the record. There are facts that are earlier in this, facts and interpretations of facts that appear earlier in this, including some things in the staff report that when questions were asked, follow-up questions, there was one incident that of a decision being made about facility use that was made on the basis of numbers of residents participating. But in the staff report, it said when in the past questions have arisen, it's been decided on this basis. It turns out it's one time. And so I think one of the things that I would like the future discussion that we have on this to be focused on is the public information function of minutes. Not everybody has the time to watch an entire meeting. Not everybody is going to go to the tape. The fact that you can cue into something makes it a little easier. Not everybody has cable TV. We know that from the decision, the quality of life survey. So I think, and if we want to have a uniformly brief set of minutes that reports who said what, and if that's one decision. If what we want to have is only the topics that were discussed and nothing that anybody said on them, we can go to that too. But that isn't what we've had. We haven't had minutes that are so generic that it's either just the motions and the decisions or just the topics discussed with nothing. We've been traveling the road with some kinds of inconsistency. And I have, I don't know, 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 I have, I don't not intended to use the minutes as a soapbox. I don't think I've done so. I think I've tried to, have things be clarified and reflect some points that were actually made by people to that discussion, and I've anticipated actually that my fellow council members would do the same when there was a point that they had made in the record that was important to them, or when there was factual information that they had brought into the record. I would have anticipated that they would have done the same. But again, welcome the discussion, welcome the consistency. Just want us to think about consistency then across the board.
Okay. Other matter was the L, 4L, which was the 50th and France parking improvements. It was missing pages from both the main master agreement and then the supplemental agreement, which is the letter from Kimley Horn and Associates. So that has now been completed. We have all of the pagination included, although it's not included in the same format it was included before. The master agreement is now behind the supplemental agreement. So I think it's all there, and I think this was your main concern, Member Bennett. Do you want to move this, or do you have some questions, or do you want to hold it over? Or I don't know if we can hold it over.
Can we ask Mr. Dewar, since some of us, it appears that some of us had full reading material and some didn't. Photocopiers are glitchy things. And so if Mr. Neuendorf would like to walk us through this so that we could make a decision this evening, unless fellow council members want to carry this over.
Councilmember Bennett, yeah, we would really like council to make a decision on this tonight if you feel comfortable. We do apologize for the copying and also the technology error, because if you were looking at your council packet on the iLegislate app, you didn't see this connected in that form either. But there has been a lot of work done with the owners and Kimley Horn on this project, and if we were able to act on this tonight, we believe that we can actually hit a timeline this year where we can get some actual physical construction improvements done in the ramps yet this fall. So, Mr. Neuendorf, can you tell us just a little bit more about the agreement and maybe just point out the editorials that we're going to suggest changing in it tonight for the council?
Yes, definitely. Thank you. And again, apologies for the confusion there. What I'll do is just walk through the proposal in summary form, and happy to answer any questions. Also this evening, Dan Coyle, project manager from Kimley Horn, has joined us. He's also available for any questions. So this proposal follows up with past year's efforts to improve the parking conditions at 50th and France. This proposal is based on input and based on recommendations by the property owners and the business owners at the 50th and France corner. Over the last several months, staff has met with a handful of design firms. We've taken seriously the input, suggestions, and recommendations from the property owners that will actually pay for the special assessments for this work and bring this to you tonight. So this proposal includes 9 basic elements, all of which are articulated in great detail in the proposal. I'll just walk through each of the 9 elements. The first one is stakeholder engagement, and that was something that we take very seriously in this project, where we asked the consultants to give a concerted breakdown and a sincere effort to solicit as much input as possible so that the best project can be designed, constructed, and funded. The second item in here is the wayfinding strategy. So not just building more parking spaces, but better managing and finding where those available spaces are. The third item is also something that is newer to the conversation, but in addition to parking improvements, we wanted to take another look at streetscape improvements. Earlier in the evening, there were comments about lack of pedestrian connections, and at 50th and France, in fact, on 49th and a half Street, you'll find that the sidewalk just ends and then picks up again half a block later. We thought if we're going to make these improvements, this is the time to fill in those missing gaps in the district. The fourth item is actually the meat and the bulk of this whole proposal, and that's to actually look at some expansion opportunities for parking. Predominantly, we're anticipating at the north ramp. We've acquired property on the east end. We're looking into and in the process of acquiring property on the west end of that ramp, and that's where the most obvious expansion opportunities lie. The fifth is addressing some of the repair and rehabilitation needs of the existing ramps. Over the last couple years, as we've pondered how to address the situation, some of the imminent repairs have been put off. It's time to get those back on the front burner. So items 6 and 7 addresses the process that Kimley Horn will engage in to present their feasibility study by year end. They'll identify at least 3 different alternative scenarios that could work, and then make a final recommendation as to what they feel is the best, most feasible solution. We'll have that study, you'll have that study by the end of 2013, so that we can make a full-blown effort in 2014 to actually move forward with the expansion. But yet 2013 is not over. We still have a couple months left of construction season, and items 8 and 9 seek to develop construction specifications for some of those relatively simple but in fact impactful repairs and improvements. Some of the concrete that needs some basic repair, some lighting that can be improved. We asked Kimley Horn to see if we can address some of those easier fixes yet in 2013 rather than waiting till 2014. So those are the 9 basic items. Happy to answer any of the questions, and appreciate your consideration.
You might as well go through contract cost and who's paying the cost, projected cost.
Sure. The contract cost is about $260,000. That ultimately would be special assessed back to the property owners who own commercial properties at the 50th and France business district.
And that's based on square footage, correct?
That is based on square footage of their improvements, not of their property, but of their building, essentially. And if I can mention one other thing, it was actually good that there was a problem with the copying, because as I recopied it and talked to staff, we did identify one other typo that we'd suggest be amended, and that's a very simple typo. But in the master agreement, in the document in front of you, it says master agreement for professional engineering services, and then it identifies 50th and France parking and wayfinding. Staff is recommending that we delete the title, or at least the one line that says 50th and France wayfinding, and then also delete the same reference in the footer to the document. It's no change to the technical content, but just to the scoping sentence there.
And that is so that it can serve again as a master agreement for future projects if applicable.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right. Further questions for Mr. Neuendorf? Otherwise, we can entertain a motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the master contract with Kimley Horn for the 50th and France work. Discussion?
Quick question for our counsel, Attorney Knudsen. It's my understanding that you drafted this master agreement?
Your understanding is correct.
So you have reviewed it and are recommending
Yes.
it? All right, thank
And
you.
then some.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. And that takes us to correspondence and petitions. I take it we have everything that we need to be seeing, or everything's been provided to council. Council comments, Member Sprague this week.
I'm up, huh?
You are up.
I have a question for Director Houle about the crossing on 66 that was approved by the TSC. So that's for a push-button crossing mechanism.
Yep, that would be for a PET-activated flashing system that we'd install, and actually we'd acquire that material this winter and install it next spring.
So that would be similar to Wooddale and 70th? There's a push-button activated?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Wooddale and 70th, or Concord and Valley View, on the same order of that. Might look a little different, but it still have the flashing type system.
What about the cross marking itself? Any?
We'll take a look at that and see if that needs to be improved also. I believe there is a cross marking, like a zebra stripe cross marking there today.
Yep. I just don't know what condition it's in right now. And then what about at the other end of 66? West Shore across to the...
Actually, the intent was to look at West Shore and then at Concord also, or Cornelia Drive, I should say.
I mean, this has more immediate conflicts with cars because of coming off of Valley View, so.
And we still want to look at the merge there. If we should be merging, we want to look at potentially merging the traffic westbound east of Valley View Road so they get into the single lane but as they're crossing, so they're not racing across that intersection and trying to merge right at Southdale Road.
Didn't we ask the county about that years ago? And
that's our roadway.
Oh, that's us.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
66. Okay, good. All right. I forwarded a newsletter from Bike Walk Twin Cities to y'all, and there was an interview with the health commissioner from Minneapolis looking at the linkages between health and transportation. And also in that newsletter was a note on Bloomington Avenue bike lane project in Richfield, where MnDOT approved 10-foot travel lanes for the first time ever on an MSA road. So,
Precedent.
You know, it gives you another foot to work with. And that road, I think it's 10-foot bike lanes, or I'm sorry, 10-foot travel lanes, 5-foot bike lanes, and is it 7 feet parking?
Yep, I did a little research on that, and actually, that was a TLC project originally.
Yep.
And they wanted to put in a 7-foot parking lane, a 5-foot bike lane, and a 10-foot travel lane. And they couldn't get there was a MSA designated roadway, so they didn't feel that they could get that variance from the variance committee.
Yep.
So then they went with the advisory bike lane, and then Richfield decided to take that route off their MSA designated list. And so then they went after a design exception that was staff given at MnDOT by their federal folks. So now it's no longer designated as an MSA roadway, and it was easier to get the design exception that way.
But they presented it as though they were excited, like this might be a new trend where we might get down to 10 feet travel lanes.
We're hoping, but yeah.
Yeah.
But the reality is that it didn't go through the variance committee.
And 5-foot bike lanes, so that's what we have on Wooddale, 5 feet.
Yes. Yep.
It must be a tight roadway because 5 feet is the minimum. I mean,
Right.
you wouldn't want to go any smaller than that. There's an upcoming webinar that TLC sponsors. It's actually by the Association of Professional Ped and Bike Professionals. But I think Planner Nolan is going to sit in on that one, and it's called Getting Better Data for Better Decisions, Improving Data Collection and Outcomes. And it should be interesting to see what they're doing out there. I know we're doing bike counting. So that gives us some baseline measurements to which to measure our progress on all of our facilities. And then we also have some baseline measurements we can use from the Quality of Life Survey, which stated 33% of respondents frequently or occasionally bike, 79% frequently or occasionally walk. I saw in the in the Living Streets agenda item that we're getting $5,000 from Bloomington Health to do outreach on Living Streets. And when I look at the Bike Walk Twin Cities advocacy and their public relations, they do such a good job. It's almost like Dewtown. I mean, they really toe the line and get the word out there. And so I'm hoping we can have our own Bike Walk Edina type of a campaign through that partnership and that grant with Bloomington Health Department.
It's actually up to 10,000 now.
Oh, it's 10?
Yep, they just raised it up. Yep.
That gives us even more options. We've talked about aviation noise. I wanted to pull up the website. It'll be on our agenda next time, so for henceforth and forevermore, it'll be on our agenda. But if you go to file a note, so this is at macnoise.com, which Member Bennett has told us before. And if you click on file a noise complaint, then you can see down below it says call the hotline, 612-726-9411. We're asking that residents use the hotline and in lieu of the online form because you can give more specificity to the collecting agent. Is that correct?
Either is appropriate, but if you do the online, I think you check a box, so it gives you forced choice.
Mm-hmm.
And if you call, you get to state the reason why you're calling.
And those complaints are being logged and can at some point be used to our advantage when perhaps negotiating the flight tracks.
Well, there is a monthly report of noise events, and then those are done chiefly through the remote monitoring towers, which is another topic. But there is some precedent nationally that indicates that there has been some route selection done where they have had a level of noise that has been established not through that logarithm that Peter Kirsch told us about, that's so averaged as to not really be meaningful, but rather it's been established by the complaints that people have made about specific noise.
And I think it's really important to use the phone number because it's, when you go online, it's very limiting. It's your address, it's the time of day, and then they ask you, is it outgoing or incoming? And you can't talk about, it's every 2 minutes, you can't talk about anything. There is no ability to add anything to other than that.
Yes. So call the hotline, people. We need you to call in. The second...
I can, on that very issue, I can also tell you that we had Jeff Hamill from MAC come to the Regional Council of Mayors meeting on the 12th and make that same presentation he made to us, but he did update some information. He said their average noise complaints per year over the last several years have been about 47,000, if my memory serves me correct. And they're expecting in the neighborhood of 67,000 complaints this year. The increase primarily, I think, triggered by increased concerns in Edina about airplane noise.
Well, and above that, I don't think it's just concerns. I think it's changes that our residents are actually hearing this year. So I'm not...
Well, and also, given what we all saw, Mayor and Manager Neal, at the latest public input meeting, really changes in condition and concerns in Richfield and Southwest Minneapolis as well, because roughly a third of the speakers were from each of those communities.
The other quality of life issue that is not brought up a lot is traffic noise from the regional system. And as you know, we have many, many missing segments in Edina of highway wall. I'm not exactly sure how we got into this predicament or how they decided where. I mean, it seems very haphazard when you look at the coverage. But if you go to the MnDOT site, it's .statemn.us/environment/noise, or you can just Google MnDOT noise. You will see a link that says priority list, which is a 2011 list, and it pulls up the rankings. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Houle, but it's $2 million a year allocated, which is about one wall a year, 1 to 2 walls a year? That's about correct, yeah. Okay. So, and I looked at the data a little bit in Edina. So out of these 284 prioritized segments, Edina has 27, or about 10% of the entire needs throughout the state. In terms of rankings in the top, let's take the top 50, we have 3 links. The first one is the Creek Bridge on 100, and that's something that we got a petition for, and Director Houle and I went out and talked with the residents there, and that got bumped up in the priority somehow. Then the second ranking is number 15, and that's basically crosstown just west of France Avenue Bridge. Okay. And that's where I received some correspondence from residents lately about the noise increasing with the traffic queuing and all the pressure on the regional system on 62, and I don't think that's going to get any better. So my question is, what can we do? We have a graphical display of the missing segments, and would that help us to somehow advocate for our residents on this issue? I mean, at this point, our only options are MnDOT funding or special assessment, but to me it seems like if we had a plan together and we could talk as well to our legislators, maybe we could somehow get more funding, or I'm not exactly sure the route.
It would be, off of this list, it would be pretty easy to put together a graphic with our GIS people. So we could easily provide that and then maybe work with our communications on some talking points of this. They really do need to put more funding into it if they're going to be building more walls.
If we have 10% of the links, I think our state, our representatives should be bringing this up somehow for more funding for this program. And Mayor, you have more experience as being involved in the regional entities, but what are your thoughts?
We can try that tactic. I think the people that we would be speaking to will be very receptive to the message about increased funding for noise walls. The way the system is set up now, it's a measurement based on a combination of noise decibels and density of the neighborhood, and that's why a few years ago, the sound wall went in St. Louis Park because they have greater density. The noise was no different than what we're getting down here, but down along the creek here, it was less dense. So we had to cut a deal with MnDOT they agreed to take on, I think, 25% of the total cost. They did the design engineering and provided the on-site construction management, if memory serves me right, and that was worth about 25%. The rest of that got assessed in Edina to the residents in a tiered sort of method, depending on how close you were to the highway.
Yep.
So that's the method that's been used historically. I think it's $1 million a mile for sound walls, so you can see that $2 million doesn't go very far. Right. The other federal money, as I understand it, that could potentially be available is only used in situations like we see down around 169, 494 when they're redoing a federal highway and there's new construction. Then they'll put in walls where they need to, which is what they did on the Bloomington side, but didn't do on the Edina side. And now we're getting noise complaints in neighborhoods we never got noise complaints in before, as deep in, they're deep in by Stonewood Court and beyond, kind of in that south-southeast corner.
Yep.
Kind of right east of Braemar. And they've never had noise like this before from the regional roadway system. So.
Thanks for the graphic, Director Benarott. Well, I don't know what we can do, but it seems like it's timely when we're looking at aviation noise to be talking about this traffic noise issue. They both impact our quality of life for a lot of residents, and I'm considering the property values in Edina. I'm surprised that we have this many gaps in the system. I mean, it really impacts the livability of some of those parcels. The last thing I want to talk about is the Grandview process. And I sent you guys an example of a study process that St. Louis Park used for a community facility. It was more of a rec facility, and I'm not thinking along those specific lines of recreational enterprise. But what I did like was that there was a community needs assessment about facilities done. It was generic. It was not rec focused. It was generic, like performing arts center or multi-purpose meeting space or art center classroom space or multi-purpose gym and so on. And that helped them define what would happen on this parcel. And I think for me, when we're talking about the public realm driving the private, and that's such an important value to all of us here in the Grandview redevelopment, before we go out for RFI, I want to suggest that we take a moment to go and do a more thorough community needs analysis, and then maybe have a joint work session with the results with the advisory team, and kind of help further flesh out what this public realm or community space might potentially be. That will also give better direction when we go out for RFI as to what our community vision is, and hopefully we'll hedge against the public realm space getting minimized or in the process. So what do you all think of that? And if, where's Mr. Neuendorf? He's not here now. But he was going to comment on that, but anyone else care to chime in?
What would be the cost-effective way to get reliable data?
He has an idea.
Well, it will take more than a moment. I mean, that's really the issue here, is that the council has given direction to staff and the Grandview CAT to proceed with the RFI. If you're thinking now that you'd like to stop that process and at least put it on hold for a little bit and do this, do some kind of a community needs analysis, we can help you accomplish that. But it'll take a little while. I'm not sure what's envisioned, but
Can I suggest something? Because Josh and I talked to Bill this week, and he had some ideas, so it's unfortunate that he's not here and that you're having to answer right now, because he had kind of culled together a plan with an ability to get back to the council as a group on this. So can we ask him to report on that
Sure.
at the next meeting, and maybe that would be the most efficient use of time? Not that I mind discussing things at 11:30 at night, but because he's not here, I think it's unfair.
And very briefly, it is something that we actually have asked for before. There was a request made, I think, during the Phase 2 Grandview Small Area Plan process, and it was one of the directions that we gave in adopting the framework, that April evening 2012, I think. So I understand that there are some things in process at a park board level, but and we did some questions in the decision resources quality of life survey, but we're still kind of, it feels like we're kind of circling around it, and we have, in order to spend well the resources that we have, I think it's really important to know this information before we go down the road.
I think, though, ultimately we have to understand that the final decision of what we're going to ask be anticipated to be included in that area that's public realm comes down to what we ask as a group,
Agreed.
as a council.
And I made that comment to you before. I don't think this is a decision that you should subcontract to the CAT or the park board or anybody else.
Right. No.
What you think is going to be the kind of attractive public realm that sort of is the gravity for things to develop around it is really is the call of the city council, and how how we help you arrive at what that's going to be, whether we do it through our quality of life survey or we do it through some of the work that's already been going on at the Parks and Rec level, or some other means that Bill has been thinking about. We can come up with that for you.
I said more generic because I don't want to get caught into a rec need only. I think there's other needs out there. For one place, we talked about a gathering spot or places where people can congregate and connect. And so that to me is one purpose that could be met. But I don't feel like I'm in a hurry I want to get the right process in place so that we get the right result with the RFI myself. All right, that's all I got.
Thank you.
We got a postcard about the Historic Homes Tour that's going to happen on Sunday, September 15th from 1 to 5. And tickets are cheaper in advance. They're $15, and you can buy them at City Hall. Otherwise, you can buy them at the door, I assume, of one of the 3 houses on the 20th. But I just wanted the public to be aware. It's a really cute postcard. So I don't know, Jennifer, if we put this anywhere else? Okay. Oh, perfect. And do we ever put this kind of information on our board outside? Okay, thank you.
All right. Member Bennett.
Thank you. Many of us on council staff, and I think through Member Sprague's communications with the community, saw an email from Rick King, who is the Metropolitan Airports Commissioner for District B. And it contained a lot of information, most of which can be found on the Metropolitan Airports Commission website or on that NOC website. There was a study that he forwarded that some of us have seen. And then also it had the PowerPoint that was the presentation made at the last public input meeting. That meeting started with a presentation and then had substantial time for public comment. But one of the things that I wanted to note is Rick King represents District B. That includes Eden Prairie. He is not our commissioner. We are in District C, and Lisa Palin has been reappointed to that position August 13, 2013. Her term runs through January 2nd, 2017. And so Member Swenson and I were discussing earlier this evening the thought of using our town hall meeting this fall to invite members of the community in to talk about air noise issues and other questions they may have about the Metropolitan Airports Commission and its operations, and have Commissioner Palin be our invited guest at that town hall meeting. And I'd like to know
Good
what
thought.
my fellow council members think about that.
Since it was my idea, I think it's a really great thought, so.
What about adding traffic noise into that?
Yeah, for part of the meeting, I think it would be good to have her there.
Well, what we could do is, we normally have a 2-hour meeting, and we could try to have it be about half and half. General concerns, including possibly.
And I'd like to start with this.
Yes.
So that, we give, and I think having a topic for at least half of it is, we haven't tried that recently, so I think that would be good.
It's happened informally, but it would be good.
Right.
It would be good, and also there is a second event to tell people about, which is that Congressman Keith Ellison is holding a town hall meeting at Washburn High School on Tuesday, August 27th, from 5:30 to 7. His focus is specifically on RNAV, the implementation of RNAV, or the process that we'll discuss or potentially lead up to that implementation. And he has sent out follow-up communication that lets people know that it will be very narrowly and specifically focused on that issue and will not include any discussion of current air noise issues. So particularly with that focus on August 27th, I think it would be helpful, again, to have and thank you, Member Swenson, for that idea. But I think it would be helpful to have that be
Well,
the
she
focus.
called me and volunteered to meet, but I think it would have a way stronger benefit to have her meet a multiple number of people, including as many residents who might be interested in communicating.
Well, opportunity for her and opportunity for our residents, too, to meet her and share their concerns with her. And I think in a more direct, we will welcome her to come and inform us as a council when things, when there are meetings that we need to know about and developments we need to be informed about. But I think that this is a great opportunity for people to have that direct contact with her.
Would you want to have multiple representatives of Edina that serve in the region? So in other words, you could also think about Steve Elkins as the Met Council rep, because that'll be, by the time we have that meeting, there'll be some decisions made on Southwest LRT too, that people may be curious about everything associated with that decision on locally preferred
Well, and
alternatives.
Xerxes is the county road, so we could invite Jan Callison as well. I mean, that's certainly something to think about. I think, are we looking at November? That's when we were last year.
In fact, we've been in contact just today with Representative Callison's office, and she's planning to join us on September 17th to do a presentation to the council. The only advice I would give you in terms of inviting sort of people with high-end schedules like Commissioner Callison and Steve Elkins and Lisa Palin is that if having that makes up for a more complicated schedule to try to get them all to show up on the same
Try
date
it
at
with
the same
one
time.
person, and since we've never tried it before, and see how it goes.
Okay.
Well, and also because I think of the concern in the community, and all of us, I think, are fielding those concerns as well as we can, but it would be good to put them directly face-to-face with the commissioner. So repeating again, Congressman Ellison, Washburn High School, Tuesday, August 27, 5:30 to 7, open to all. And then the last thing that I want to note is the passing of Mary Elizabeth Betty Kent, who wrote, I think, the first letter that I noted on environmental issues in the Edina Sun Current, and she was talking about pesticides on playing fields and parks, and apparently had a long life, passed away on her 91st birthday. But Rachel Carson was her hero, and this says that she was a tireless advocate for the environment and animal welfare.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
Yeah, I have a few things. Since our last council meeting on August 11th, we had our Torchlight concert at Centennial Lakes, and Sousa Band played to a crowd of 4,500 people.
Yeah, they sure did.
Fabulous. And huge thanks to city staff and to the Model Boat Club and all the volunteers who make an amazing event like that happen. It was fabulous. In among what we were talking about tonight with Living Streets and some of the discussion with David Anderson about the Frauenschuh building, or what soon will be a Frauenschuh building, is crosswalk awareness. In parts of our city, particularly in the Southdale area, motorists really don't pay attention to crosswalks. And we've got our promenade, and we promote that promenade as a place that we want people to feel like they can go from place to place and cross some of the busier streets in our city. So I would like to see somehow a way that we can promote crosswalks, make them more obvious, somehow remind motorists that they really have to stop if there is someone wanting to cross, whether they are walking with a bicycle or walking with a stroller or walking by themselves. They really have to stop.
On the engineering side, or on the streetscape side, I know you can do enhanced crossings. We can do Duraprint and colored and so on. We can do flashers for awareness, but as I showed you when I came back from Maine this summer, you can also do markings on the pavement. And I haven't seen those anywhere in Edina, but in high
You
traffic.
mean the one that looked like the dead person?
But the point is, like, I actually, for bike boulevards to motorists, I prefer the on-street markings to the signage, because I look down some of the corridors and there's like 10 signs in the block, and I wonder if that gets lost on the motorists. Whereas you look down and you see a bicycle symbol or a green stripe or something, and I think it gets their attention more. So I don't know if they have any, MUTCD standard markings for pavement for pedestrian crossings, but in some locations maybe that's a possible treatment that'll help.
Well, and the other idea maybe from you, Manager Neal, is that Chief Long has special weeks of concentration. Do we have the crosswalk week?
Probably have, but yeah.
Okay.
I'll chat with him about
Often
it
it's
tomorrow.
the one up at 50th in France, though, that we're sort of ticketing for. Maybe we need to move around, and because Mary's right, the ones on the
I'll
it's
talk to
late. I can't remember. the word.
Along across 69th, across 70th,
Yeah.
across Park Lawn, across
Yeah,
Gallagher.
those do get
and also
ignored.
between the hospital
Well,
and...
the one that's most obvious to a motorist ought to be the one on Hazelton Road.
Yeah.
When people are trying to go from one side of the promenade to the other.
Yes.
And the flashing lights overhead, the flashing lights in the pavement, and they
And
still go right through.
they still go right
I've had
through.
them. If I'm crossing there and some car's coming, and they're in the other lane, they just feel like they've got license to go ahead and go anyway, because I'm not in their lane of travel yet.
It's not normalized yet, that the behavior to stop for pedestrian. The more pedestrian environments we create, the more it'll get normalized, and hopefully, just like being in a college town, I think the drivers behave a little differently than they do in, a bigger car-centric area.
Okay, thank you. What I like to call objective number 10 for the city's vision is coming well along with the Community Health Committee. When I would like to have council have a copy of what it looks like right now, and find out at what point, what kind of process can we use to get that into our vision. Next is, okay, I did that one. Okay, one more. In the landscaping on 70th Street, on the west end of 70th Street, there are some islands in the middle, and there are some trees, and it looks like at least one of them is dead. There are several that have really small leaves, and so if you get close enough to them, you realize that they aren't dead. They're just small leaves, but there's There's one that doesn't look like it's alive at all. So if there's a warranty on those trees, as I suspect there is, let's get that tree replaced.
Okay.
And then check and see that we've got enough irrigation happening with those plantings. And
Member Brindle, that's a good point when we're doing hydro seed, but I think we should have water into the contract. I mean, often when you require the adjacent resident to water, they don't do it. Mm-hmm. And then we have to end up and come up and replace it anyway. So it's almost like we should include that in our maintenance contract and make sure that it's properly seeded and taked so that we don't have to come back. I mean, 70th Street, we missed. It's unfortunate that things went down the way they did because the turf looks really bad. The daylilies look great. The plantings look great, but in the roundabout. But the turf did not make it the first year. Then we tried to hydro seed over bad sod, and that didn't work. And it's just a big old weed patch. And the infrastructure looks so nice. We gotta do something else. Now on Tracy, when you hit it correctly the first time with hydro seed, I think we're having success. But
And the roundabout looks great at the east end on 70th. The plantings in there look very nice.
So we've got complaints this summer, Mary, about the turf on 70th in various spots as well because it looks horrible.
well, and in these islands where these trees are, there are some grasses around the trees. Some of the grasses are huge, and some aren't, and they look very odd and random. So I tend to think that some of those grasses are probably weeds and need to be kind of culled out. So that's it.
When talking about plantings, we had walked with the mayor last Saturday, and we started over by the fire station. So at the very east end of the promenade, on that leg of the promenade, the material in the planter there is shot. I mean, other places on the promenade, the plantings look great, but over there, they're all dead. So somebody should check that too. And then to Member Sprague's notion of some kind of community needs assessment before we get too far down the line with our citizen advisory team on Grandview District. I'm wondering if we should run this notion by the co-chairs for the CAT, which would be Jennifer Janeby and Michael Fisher, to see if this would be helpful to them or if they have some other way or other ideas about how to approach this needs assessment for the public realm space that we think we should have over there, but we don't know how much area that should take up or even what it should be. But I think it would be worth at least having a conversation with those co-chairs to see if they've had this conversation and would it be helpful to proceed in the way Member Sprague suggested, or can they get further down the line first before we do a needs assessment?
I think ultimately you're going to have to be the ones to decide because there's dissent among the group about the direction, and you're going to hear from dissenters and you're going to hear from supporters. In the end, I think we should talk to them, but I think in ultimately you're going to have to make a final call on what
they need clear direction.
On what that direction is, and you're going to have to give them clear direction and then figure out a way to engage the dissent that might come anyway.
Well, is there consensus among us that we should consider doing a community needs assessment before rushing forward with the RFI?
I don't know. I'm still ambivalent about it. I think it's a very interesting notion, and I understand the logic of it, but I don't think that's the only way to go. And so that's why I'd like a little input on what I don't even know what the CAT is doing. They've had a couple of meetings now. It's too bad Bill isn't here,
I think
but
your
maybe
chairs might not agree on that, so then we'd be at a standstill again.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think we had a meeting tonight where we talked about there's so much money. You get a budget, you have a capital budget, and then something comes forward from the community, and maybe because of the way that it's being presented and maybe because of some energy behind it, it gets done out of sequence, and that isn't a bad thing. But I think there's not a strictly finite set of resources, but there are limits to resources, limits to borrowing power, limits to bonding, limits to space for things in the community. And I think it does behoove us to know what what, as our community grows and changes, it needs and it values. We know we have an art center that we're looking at. We know that we have groups in the community who are saying that they can't find space for their art, whether it's because of cost or whether it's because of just availability. We don't know for certain. So I think that it could be helpful to have more information before the land is dealt with in a permanent way.
Real data, not, I mean, when the public realm working group during the Grandview process met, they were getting anecdotally some of this information from participants, so now it's just a way of making it more statistically valid.
All right, Mr. Neuendorf, good to have you back. We've been talking about the Grandview district
Did you
work.
message him?
And
no.
This is
and we've been talking about,
break.
Member Sprague's thought that possibly we should be defining what that public need is first before the cat gets too far down the road on the RFI. And you apparently had some thoughts about this idea.
Definitely. So there's not a right way or a wrong way to do this. In fact, in the last couple of weeks, or to give a real quick update on the CAT, so the community advisor team had our first meeting about a month ago, about 3 weeks ago, to kind of kick off and welcome each other, do some introductions, start defining a little bit about who we are and how we're working together, and setting some priorities of things that we'll have conversations about. Since that first meeting, it was mentioned that we elected co-chairs. The group elected 2 co-chairs. We met recently to talk about some of the other information that would be helpful to the community advisory team to start making some, I'll say decisions, some recommendations, some things to focus on. One of the first items that we talked about was, what is the community need? In fact, at our first CAT meeting, there's a long conversation about what is the public use on the site, what's the possible private use, and then that led to a conversation of what's the public need versus the public want. And at the end of that conversation, it was generally agreed that one of the things we really could be influenced by in a positive way is a more independent analysis of what are the gaps? What are the gaps in community services? We don't have such a document today. There's reference made to a survey that St. Louis Park has done, but to date, Edina has not done such a survey.
We had brainstorming during the process, but not data collection.
We had brainstorming that led to many brilliant ideas, but yeah, which ones are really the most, the biggest need? So whether we do that now or later, either way could work. What we had originally envisioned was to work on a dual track. Start doing some outreach to the development community, start testing the waters with some possible partners, people to consider working with, at the same time as we're doing a needs assessment. If it's more advantageous to get one piece in place first before we start the next, there's no wrong way to do it. But I think that is an essential ingredient to make the best decision for how to redevelop that site. So we definitely will bring that up with the advisor team. Our next meeting is actually next Monday, the 26th of August.
Has that provided any guidance or not?
If you want to guarantee that the public drives the private and not the other way around, we would want to sequence it so you have that information first, because that gives guidance through the RFI to the development community about what the scope of the public realm is envisioned.
And also so that things don't proceed in a direction where you can't address those identified needs.
Right.
Why don't you address that issue with your CAT team and give us the feedback at our next meeting?
We'll definitely do that.
Maybe we can decide then how we want to approach this issue, which everybody knows is important. The timing of it would be good to decide.
There was something in the document that did talk about size of public realm, correct? As far as square feet, 50?
Correct. The development plan had a placeholder for about a 50,000 square foot something. and that's pretty much where we stopped with that process. 50,000 square feet gets consumed pretty quickly if you're talking about basketball courts or indoor recreation facilities. If you're talking libraries and senior centers or teen centers or youth centers, 50,000 square feet goes a lot further. So certainly as part of this needs assessment, it'd be helpful if we could focus a little bit more on, what's the general use of the space? Is it arts related? Is it a big black box theater? Is it indoor rec related? Is it more community social programming related? That would be very helpful to know. The sooner we know it, the better. My only concern, though, is that we'll never know everything. And at some point, we have to start the conversation with developers to help us move forward. So gathering information, very good, very essential, but moving forward is also critical.
The sequence is really important.
Right. Good. All right, we'll wait to hear from you at our next meeting, and then we'll make a decision.
I did appreciate the one part of what you just said, though, that I want to stay focused on, is that it may not be that we have a specific need, like we need a junior high hangout space. I'm just picking one. I think it would be important for us to rule out a number of size-related things if that isn't the direction we're going to go. So if we're not putting in a swimming pool, we're not putting in tennis courts,
a gym,
things
like that.
I think those are things as a group we need to decide on the front end. Because then maybe the fact that what we're looking for is a placeholder for 50,000 square feet, and it's going to be, what were terms used earlier?
It's a town center, it's a meeting place.
Or, maybe, it's an art gallery space, it's multi-purpose rooms, it's meeting space.
It's a dance studio.
Okay. So maybe it isn't that we need to be as specific as we feel we have to be. We just have to define the amount of space and better.
I feel like I hate to go on a limb here, but I feel like with our rec enterprises, we've gone out and kind of segmented all of our uses, and we've forgotten the general facility user. And I know you agree with me too. So I mean, and that's where our need, for me, what I think we'll see is that's where our need comes from. We lack these congregating spaces where people can just go and connect, rather than doing it in a Starbucks with your computers. You come over to our place and do it together. Flex meeting rooms. It's just that's what I was thinking, but we'll see what happens.
We'll work on that and report back next time.
Good, thank you. Just a few other things for me. I don't know how it went for the rest of you on Night to United, but down in my neighborhood, we got hailed out. Barely made it home. I don't know. I haven't had my roof checked yet, but it was pretty tough down there. It was a shame because it started out to be such a nice night. I thought Member Sprague had a timely letter that he sent off to John Gunn. You got a comprehensive response from John at Three Rivers, and then I just happened to have breakfast with him on the 16th and had another nice conversation about it. So, and then also about their role on Southwest LRT and the portion of the trails they control or have jurisdiction over relative to the western suburbs. So that was good, and I was really happy he was so comprehensive in his response to you. I think the rest of the things we pretty much talked about. Walk with the mayor. Last night was I was a judge at the Minneapolis Media Arts Design Center down on 76th Street for a contest for a billboard for Block E amongst the students, along with some disc jockey covered in tattoos from KDWB and a couple other people. Art director from Call McCoy. Yeah, it was kind of fun. And then I went over to just check in on that 54th Street reconstruction meeting. And there were a lot of people that turned out there and going from table to table. Wayne was over there, ran a real good program over there. I think it was a high level of energy in the room. There had to be at least 50 people there. 70? Yeah, it was a great turnout. That's it for me.
Just a couple of things for you. We're still working on rescheduling our joint meeting with the school board. So we're not matching up very well with their availability, so we might be into October by the time we do this, but we'll keep trying. I had this in my Friday report this past week, but last week the Richfield City Council decided that their preference was to outsource their 911 dispatching here. So we're working on an agreement that's based somewhat on the Golden Valley Agreement, and we'll bring that to the council soon. Mark Nolan is going to represent us on the group. Hennepin County and Three Rivers is collaborating to update the county's bike plan. And Mark has volunteered to be involved on our behalf for that. And finally, we'd like to schedule a group photo of the council. And I'm going to suggest that we do it on September 17th, immediately prior to our 17th council meeting.
Okay. All right. Member Bennett.
I'll remind you.
Yeah, you remind us.
Have to be out of town.
I'll remind you as we get a little bit closer and a little bit about the logistics of it. But we'll do it here, of course, and we'll do it in between work session and council meeting.
All right. Member Bennett reminded me of one other thing, and that is the urban design meeting number 3 with respect to the France Avenue design work that's being done. Is tomorrow night at our Public Works and Maintenance Facility, 7450 Metro Boulevard. That's from 7 to 8:30. Yep. And I'm going to go over tomorrow afternoon and meet with the freight rail expert at MnDOT on freight relocation possibilities that haven't been explored on Southwest LRT to see if there's anything that is possible. I think we're pretty well set. You know, when I visit with the mayors along the line, no one likes the notion of the plans that Met Council advanced as possibilities for relocation of freight in St. Louis Park. And I think that's just totally off the table. So even Minneapolis, I think, sees that it's not a good idea to be relocating freight in St. Louis Park. So we'll see what other possibilities lie out there, if any, and then continue to work on this co-location problem. It's really about a 1,000-yard problem we have to solve. We got to be able to figure it out. So that's it. Anything else, Manager Neal? Anyone? Okay, we stand adjourned. That was we thought it was going to be a short meeting. It's midnight. Thank you.